My name is Jennifer Rowell, board chair of the San Joaquin Continuum of Care, and today I would like to our counting us to get this right. And I hope that we can count on you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The time is 9:04 a.m. Meeting of January 11th, 2022 is now called to order. I'd like to ask for a moment of silence, silent reflection, silent prayer. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call upon our very own Tim Ulmer, Stockton's former Stocktonian of the Year, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag of the United States of America, Republic for which it stands, one nation, God. Thank you, Tim. Today is a fantastic new year, and first I'd like to say good morning and Happy New Year's to all of you, your family, and to our friends. On behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I'd like to wish everyone a great new year filled with health and happiness. First, let me state that it has been my privilege and pleasure to serve this great county of San Joaquin this past year as chairman of the board. As in prior years, this past one has been filled with challenges that we as a board were responsive to and addressed in collaboration with our highly capable directors, their staff, and the many that work here in our county on behalf of our residents. We've had a year of accomplishments that we recognize as a reflection to the dedication you all have in serving our citizens and the actions taken to address the most challenging concerns. I'd like to say a few words about those that sit up here with me and their dedication. Representing District 5. 1 year ago, we had the pleasure of having a new board member elected to serve with us. Supervisor Robert Rickman joined our ranks and stepped right in with his leadership experience, immediately showing effort and action to serve our county and those he was elected to represent. Supervisor Rickman has shown that he's fully dedicated, available, engaged, and committed to working on behalf of his constituents, and he's challenged all of us to work together on solutions that matter. Representing District 1, Supervisor Miguel Villapudua has continued to show his dedication to community. First, issues while expanding his community first issues while expanding his cleanup efforts and improvement to the overall well-being of some of the most challenging areas in our county. Supervisor Villapudua has shown us all willingness to bend and flex in search of common ground and collaborative results, and his non-confrontational approach to problem solving is an example of leadership that doesn't answer to party politics, but instead community service. Far from being finished, Supervisor Villapudua will be remembered as one of the most generous supervisors to ever serve his community. District 2, Supervisor Kathy Miller has demonstrated a dedicated level of engagement on some of the most challenging topics and levels of service we provide here in our county. Those that work with Supervisor Miller, including myself, continue to appreciate her level of understanding and her grasp on the many facets of topical discussion that ultimately culminates in actions incorporated that bring forth reasoning and consideration of results. District 4, our incoming chairman of the board and the current vice chair, Chuck Wynn, has a long history of experienced service to the community that raises the bar for all of us to admire. Supervisor Wynn has shown to be thoughtful, insightful, and thoroughly analytical with the actions the board discusses, and oftentimes will be the most progressive voice as he promotes visionary ideas parallel to Elon Musk and company, which are completely aligned with solutions for the current and future needs as we face tomorrow's demands on a daily basis. Some people might consider or prioritize the positions we hold through the prism of politics and incorporate ulterior motives into actions and their own self-serving interest above all other concerns. But I'll state firmly that I believe this isn't about politics. What we do here is about public service, community service, and our call to help those most in need. Those of you that lie, attack, and slander any of us that serve our community, you dishonor yourself and your family name. We here on this board have the pleasure of working with some of the most qualified department heads we could hope to have. To name just a few: Director Bestelaritas, Director Kwong, Director Stark, Director Woods, Chief Jackson, Treasurer Fonse, and I'd be here for another 10 minutes if I highlighted all of you and the virtues and commitment of your daily tasks and challenges. I am proud to stand with our law enforcement in support and to work with our Sheriff Pat Withrow and his team of dedicated deputies as they serve every corner of this county and the miles in between, addressing some of the most dreaded and varied situations a 911 call could bring. I'm also proud to work with our District Attorney, Tori Verber Salzar, and her nonstop effort to help those struggling or facing danger in their everyday life. I would be remiss if I missed pointing out the exceptional leader we have in Public Works, the brilliant, positive, inclusive, full of solutions and many more qualities, our very own Director, Chris Balaji. Director Greg Dietrich, our own superhero, who works and dedicates himself to some of the most complex and challenging public health issues we face. Again, for the sake of time, myself and every supervisor present has expressed the pride we have for our directors and your staff in this county. We respect and appreciate the job you do and the effort taken on a daily basis for all of you to serve this county and the many citizens that call upon you with want or need. We thank each and every one of you. As chairman of the board, I recall my intent when first sworn in and thereafter. My goal was and still is to be fair and even-handed, complimentary as fitting, and push for measurable actions and remain driven to make certain that every day is productive, thus leading to a year full of accomplishments, to stem concerns and embrace solutions that we can put into motion, addressing those issues we all know must be resolved, even if it requires challenging and new actions. In many instances, we see fantastic collaborative results. In some instances, challenges remain. In either case, the important factor is that we keep on pushing forward to make a lasting difference while we are here. Sitting up here, or in life, I've been complimented and I've been admonished. For those of you that appreciate me, thank you. For those of you that admonish me, I thank you even more. I truly believe we are best served through criticism and the self-reflection we all should take. This spawns our growth and understanding on both self-improvement and the evolution we need in how we can work together with those that are willing to work with us. While I look at any shortcoming as the beginning of where I need to start, I will always look to all of you to be your best self, your best example, and your best teacher. As your outgoing chairman, I thank you for the privilege I've had to work with you. The end. I believe I've overlooked one more mistake as chairman before I'm out, is roll call.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just going to ask if I could interrupt you for a moment, but no problem.
Would you please, Madam Clerk?
It's my pleasure. Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Nguyen? Supervisor Villapudua? Supervisor Rickman?
Here. And
Chairman Patty?
Present. Thank you. Wouldn't be a meeting if I didn't have some sort of little flub. Sorry about that. So on the agenda, we next have, I know there was outgoing remarks from me and Vice Chair. I believe I'm supposed to turn over to you for a presentation. Supervisor Villapudua.
Before you leave, I'd just like to say a few comments. I want to tell you, which I appreciate your chairmanship this year. You were engaged, you were passionate, and you took on a lot of challenges that were very controversial. And I appreciate all the hard work you did. And just thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Villapudua. I appreciate that. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. You know, it's been an honor, you know, serving with you as Chair, and I echo Supervisor Villapudua's comments that, you know, you've done an excellent job. And, you know, one of the things I noticed here this first year, you know, coming from, you know, city government for 10 years, is that with your leadership, how much closer our county government and our city governments have become. There was always, at this time, I know when I was there, this headbutting between the cities and the county, and it seems like, you know, that is, you know, improving dramatically, and a lot of that is to do with your leadership. And like Supervisor Villapudua was saying, you're always available, and, you know, I see you about these different meetings in different cities, and, you know, talk with the council, city managers, and the residents, and that goes a long way. And I think it has shown with the reputation of the county and a reputation with the cities. And plus, you know, with your leadership, you look at some of the things that we've done over the year, just 1 year, and what we have accomplished. And that, you know, and I've made a huge list, and I'm not going to go over it today, and because there is so much. But, you know, if you look at how many, under your leadership, how much millions in state and federal funding that, you know, we distributed to families and businesses hardest hit in the entire county. The RAD card, how, you know, that was approved, you know, to support our small businesses that were suffering under COVID and these draconian lockdowns and restrictions that we experienced. And, you know, one of the things that you pushed is, you know, the Delta College internship program, which will, you know, financially help those and, you know, through a wide range of careers. So, you know, and you look at the Air Park 599 is another example. But, and I think one of the most effective responses we had because of your leadership is homelessness. And if you look at, you know, what we did, and, you know, being able to financially help the cities of Lodi, Manteca, Tracy, and hopefully Stockton here soon with millions of dollars to help get their shelters, to help get people off the streets and to get the help that they need. So you should, feel very proud of that accomplishment and the hard work. And you look at, the COVID and the transparency and accountability that this board under your leadership has asked for. A prime example when you brought forward a resolution on, I believe it was October 12th, prohibiting the use of mandatory vaccine passports by any San Joaquin County office, board, or agent. So, I think you've done a great job. I think your leadership is evident. There has been times during this last year, I believe that you've been unfairly targeted. It's one thing to be targeted about policy, but it's another thing to make it personal, have personal attacks. I think that was very, very unfair. And hopefully going forward, we don't see much of that from, board members on to other board members. So again, thank you for your year. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your dedication. I think we all appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. It was very touching, and obviously noting any accomplishment, that's something that we did collectively. So I appreciate that I've had the opportunity to be a chairman, and while I might have a pulpit to speak, the reality is that we collectively as a board worked together and found solutions. So thank you very much, though. I see a request, Supervisor Miller. No, it's no longer there. Moving on then, Vice Chair Wynn. Presentation, I believe.
Thank you, Chair. If you would step down in front, I believe the board has a plaque to present to you for your...
Excellent. Thank you.
We're good? Thank you. Tom, it's always a challenge being chair, having served that position once, and most of the other board members serving except for Supervisor Rickman, which is coming up next year. But I don't think that either the public or sometimes fellow board members realize the work that goes into chairmanship. It isn't just running the meetings. It's presentations out in the public. It's all the extra paperwork that you have to deal with after meetings and between meetings. And I think that those are one of the things that gets lost in regards to the awesome responsibility you have as a chairman. And certainly I think you've handled it well. You've done a great job. I think one of the things that I appreciate about you is you are energetic. You have been visionary. And I think that's always important in leadership because essentially those are the individuals that move the organization forward. And as Supervisor Rickman and Supervisor Villaputa touched upon, those are things that made our county better. And obviously, based upon your leadership, we're in a better place. And hopefully this coming year, 2022, we can build upon those accomplishments and be even better. And certainly hand it over to Supervisor Rickman in the future, and he can build upon that also. So with that, I would like to present you with certainly a appreciation for your service as chairman of the board in 2021, and for integrity, service, and your commitment, which obviously is important to all leaders, and I think you've exemplified that. So congratulations, and appreciate all you've done, and look forward to working with you this year. So let me put this down.
It's been an honor. Thank you. Well, following such kind words, I have the distinct honor in bringing in the next election of officers. And while I have this microphone, I will make a nomination and look for a second. And I'm certain with resounding 5-0, we'll be bringing in, and I'm going to nominate Vice Chair Wynn as this year's chairman, and Supervisor Robert Rickman, representing District 5. I nominate him to be the vice chair of this coming year.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second.
I'll do a roll call vote. Chairman Patty?
Okay.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Wynn?
Yes.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman? Chairman Patty?
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
We are 5-0. It gives me great honor to present to San Joaquin County our new chairman, supervisor, and now chairman, Chuck Wynn. Thank you. I believe we're going to take a 5-minute recess to do a little shuffling with chairs. And again, thank you all for being here, and thank you for this privilege that we have.
How you doing, buddy? I'm back. Haven't heard you while now. I'm back. Yeah, they moved in. All right.
Got my Pepsi in my hand.
Already adjusted. A little bit higher.
I'm just. I know. I always like to look over to what you're doing. And instead, you'll be sitting there typing, you'll look up to your left, I'll just be over there.
Here we go.
Have to change a light.
Oh, let's see.
on, Tim. How you been? It was good, man. How's yours? Can you believe we're in 22? I know. I know. It's crazy, man. I know. But it is what it is. Time is just a flying. I can't believe I've been in office.
Call the board meeting of January 11th back to order. This is a time where the agenda asks me basically to make some incoming comments as chair. I'll be honest with you, I kind of vacillated between a more formal presentation as former Chair Patty provided, and then I thought, I'm just going to speak on things that I've been involved in, not only on the Board of Supervisors, but going back to my days on the City Council. Essentially, what I'd like to accomplish this coming year is fairly simple. We've talked about it for years in regards to addressing the particular problems that face our residents. Primarily, obviously, which has been touched upon already by previous supervisors in regards to homelessness. Obviously, that is a challenge. I have been in meetings in the last month in various groups where it becomes a topic of discussion. And I guess the reason I bring that up is because it seems to be more prevalent. There seems to be more concern, more complaints in regards to it. I think in the past year, under Chair Patty, I think we've made some significant improvements in regards to sheltering, as mentioned previously with Tracy, Lodi, and Manteca, and hopefully in the near future, Stockton. We can make some aggressive changes in regards to addressing those particular concerns. The other issue, which obviously has been a hot topic and it grows even hotter each and every day, is COVID. In regards to the way it's been handled, what's currently occurring, the conflicts of information that is out there, and unfortunately at times the animosity that is generated between individuals throughout the country, which unfortunately is, in my opinion, not very productive. In that vein, shortly we will have a COVID discussion. A couple of things I've modified in regards to the presentations. First and foremost, I've met with Dr. Park and with Greg Dieterich, our Public Health Services Director, and because of some of the, I guess, lack of a better term, threats, intimidation, comments, I've asked Dr. Park to address us telephonically, to discuss her options. But more importantly, one of the things that I think is important for us to pursue, especially now with all the Omicron discussion in regards to the severity, certainly the rapid testing availability, and all those things, is I think we need to expand our discussion for the public's benefit to see all the things that we're doing as a county in regards to acquiring the necessary tools to protect the health of our residents. So we will have other speakers in regards to the COVID discussion as to what the county is trying to do. And then the last part of that component is, I think, as a board, there are ways that we can pursue certainly additional resources to assist the public or public health department, obviously EMS, et cetera, to make sure that we have the very best care available and the best protocol to move forward to what we all talk about is normal. And so those are some of the challenges that we face. The homeless issue, obviously, we've touched upon the shelter. I think it's also, and just one of the meetings I had with for example, the fire chiefs, I think that there's a concern in regards to the growing population of encampments throughout the county and how we can address that effectively to at least minimize or possibly or hopefully reduce the population by virtue of some of our other activities, especially in securing more shelters, more transitional and certainly permanent housing. The last part, in 2017 when I was chair the last time, I initiated a program called Clean San Joaquin. And unfortunately, because of COVID and a lot of other issues, lack of resources, et cetera, we really haven't had the opportunity to explore that. As was mentioned earlier, I look to Supervisor Laputa in District 1 because he has done an outstanding job, he and his Chief of Staff, Chris Rupe, in regards to cleaning up neighborhoods. And I think his program, I've worked with Community Development Department to expand, at least in my district, and I suspect other supervisors are doing the same thing. But we really need to make a concerted effort to clean up our county. And there's a variety of ways we can do that. Obviously, one of the more pressing issues, certainly throughout the county with our residents, is illegal dumping, obviously homeless encampments, and just the blight and obviously the concerns that we have in regards to the landscape that we have. In talking with Caltrans, they are utilizing additional resources to help in that endeavor, and hopefully we can continue and improve upon that. So those are some of the things that I hope we can address in this coming year. As was stated by my fellow supervisors, hopefully this year we can work collectively. And as Supervisor Patty touched upon, this is a team effort, and by virtue of that, no one individual, whether it be a supervisor or certainly any particular department, is the sole responsibility for making these changes. So I look forward. I'm very proud to be a member of San Joaquin County. I've said this before. We all go to meetings, and certainly outside the county boundaries with a variety of organizations, and I've always impressed by what San Joaquin County has done in comparison to other municipalities and counties. So I think that that's a tribute to our employees, to our department heads, certainly to the commitment to public service, and I hope we can build upon that from last year and certainly this year. And when Supervisor Rickman becomes chair, he can build upon it next year. So with that, I will conclude my comments, and I want to thank the board for recognizing the opportunity to work hard to improve this county. And I hope by virtue of at the end of it, we will have accomplished much, but obviously there are always more to do. So again, thank you all for your confidence and certainly the opportunity to be a part of this county and its leadership. So with that, I'll conclude my comments, and then moving on to public comment, and then I will read this because.
Chairman Nguyen?
Yes, I'm
Actually,
sorry.
first we have a presentation by the San Joaquin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Here. No
See,
problem.
I beat Supervisor Patty as far as making a mistake. Okay, and who do we have from Continuum of Care?
We have the chair of the Continuum of Care, Jen Rowell, to give a presentation today.
Okay. Jen?
Good morning. Congratulations, Supervisor Nguyen and Chair Nguyen and Vice Chair Rickman, and thank you, Supervisor Patty, for your service over the last year. I'm Joan Rowell, Chair of the San Joaquin Continuum of Care, and it's my pleasure to talk with y'all today about our upcoming unsheltered and sheltered point-in-time count. As I'm sure you know, we do an unsheltered count every 2 years. We got a waiver last year because of COVID, so we are catching up this year. And we are here today to inform everybody about this process and hopefully to recruit some volunteers. Let me just see if this is the...
Ms. Rowell,
Oh, here it is.
There you go.
I'm just going to reach for anything that looks like it has a button. Okay. So our point-in-time count is important because it's our main data source for measuring the progress of our goals, both the goals set by HUD at the federal level, but also locally. We want to understand homelessness in each community so we can galvanize our resources and accelerate our progress in ending homelessness. The point-in-time count is driven by our terrifically dedicated PIT crew. This is led by Vice Chair Kristen Birtwistle, members of law enforcement, nonprofit organizations, folks from the county, folks from cities, and from the COC membership. They've been meeting every week since August, and they are just among the most dedicated of our volunteers. We recognize that this is one of the biggest tasks we take on as a body, and so they have really leaned in to this. So why is the pit count important? For a bunch of reasons. One of the biggest ones is it's not just to understand the sheer numbers of people that are unsheltered, but to understand why they are unsheltered and why it is they are not either able to access services, choosing to access services, and where we need to provide more services and more support. It also helps to bring future financial support and resources into the county. When they look federally at how to allocate funds, they look at these numbers. The pit is led by continuum of cares across the country. It is generally done during the last 10 days of January, and it is conducted by over 400 continuums across the United States. So just a little bit of data from the most recent one that was conducted in 2019, so pre-COVID. And you can see a little bit about the information that was collected. 45% of people we interviewed claimed that they had an alcohol or drug abuse issue. 26% reported psychiatric or emotional conditions. 9% had a physical disability. There's also, you can see on the slide a little bit about the numbers of where homeless folks were located across the county. And some additional information coming out of the survey. And for me, what really stands out on that is the sheer number of chronically homeless people that exist unsheltered in our county. Chronically homeless means that they have been experiencing homelessness for an extended period of time and have either a disabling condition or a substance abuse or mental health condition. So these are traditionally referred to as the harder to serve populations. And so when we see that that makes up such a huge chunk of who's out on the streets, that informs then how we provide services. All right, a little bit about the pit count dates. You see that we have them, we aren't doing it in one 24-hour period. We are spreading it out across those last 10 days. Manteca is January 25th, Stockton on the 31st, Lodi on the 26th, and Tracy on the 27th. I know that there have been some concerns around how to do this pit count safely in the face of Omicron. We understand that some jurisdictions have gotten a waiver to push the date out to February, and that is something we will be discussing at the COC board meeting later this week. But as of right now, those are the dates, and we would need to work with HUD if we wanted to change them. But we are very aware of COVID and are taking precautions around that. So here we have our command centers for Manteca. It's going to be at City Hall and then at the Warming Center. Lodi, it's at Gravity Church and at the Tracy Community Center for Tracy. For Stockton, we've got the Stockton Memorial Civic Auditorium and Alliance Church. And this is just a little bit about the outreach that we have been doing. We have been sending flyers, emails, social media, to all of our cities and to folks throughout the county. We are encouraging folks to sign up on the website, and it's up there. I will not attempt to read it out for you. Or you can text PIT to 40403. We have 200 volunteers already signed up. Ideally, we would like to have 500. The more volunteers we have, the greater our reach, the more we're able to get done. And we have already had our first volunteer orientation, and we have, I believe, 8 more scheduled. So there are lots of opportunities for people to jump in, and we will train, we will equip. We want everybody to feel comfortable going out into the community and doing these interviews. just a little bit more about why we do the count. This is part of the flyers that we've been sending out. The count itself will be done by use of a general survey for people that are willing to speak with our interviewers. We also have an observation tool for folks that are unwilling or unable to speak with folks, and then a youth addendum to be used with folks who are under 25 or for households headed by somebody under 25. And so we are asking everybody to come together and rally. We want to be able to get the best count possible so we have the best understanding of who is on the streets so that we can better serve. That's my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Where are you right now in terms of your volunteer recruitment? Do you have a number? I know you're shooting for 500. Do you know?
We have roughly 200 right now.
Okay. All right, great. We'll continue pushing out.
Yes, please.
On social media and trying to recruit volunteers. Do you know when you'll know in terms of if you are going to push dates out? I'm assuming at the meeting this week, but.
We will know this week, and then I would defer to Adam. I would expect we would need to then request from HUD some sort of waiver or permission to push out. So that might, I bet you Adam knows.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor. Thank you. So right now, the guidance from HUD is that all continuums of care are going to be required to conduct a point-in-time count this year that did not conduct a point-in-time count next year. The only waiver at this point that they're providing is to push it back to a full month, so the last 10 days of February instead of the last 10 days of January. So I think we're going to have to wait and see what the conditions on the ground are and what HUD ultimately decides they're going to allow continuums of care to do. But right now, they're very much pushing that COCs must do this count if they did not do one last year.
Okay. Great. Yeah, the sooner we can all get that information, it'll help us with messaging to help you with your recruitment and training.
It'll be interesting to see the conversation this Thursday as to what the COC ultimately decides to do. If the COC does decide we need to push this thing back another month, then the process would be I would reach out to a contact at HUD and I think probably just be granted a waiver. It would be a relatively simple process.
Right. I'm just wondering if that's part of, if that could be inhibiting the volunteer recruitment right now, that people are just very concerned and nervous, and so pushing it off a month might actually give this surge a chance to begin to die down. It might actually help get a better count. So I'll be curious to hear the conversation this week as well.
And I think that's very much HUD's thinking as well. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. And thanks again for the presentation.
Thank you for having us.
Any other questions? Okay. Again, thank you for your presentation. Just a quick question, because I know continuum care is continued or is actively involved in our homeless population. Do you have a sense when we do the count if there will be an increase or decrease? Because obviously the last 2 years have been rather challenging, certainly for individuals that have lost their jobs, and a whole host of things because of the rise in drug addiction, with alcoholism, et cetera. So do you have any sense? And I know, it's hard to project, but just kind of based upon your agencies and your members' conversations, do you think that the number will go up in this count?
That is a hard question to answer. I would say anecdotally, I would not be surprised if the numbers went up, but I think when you're looking at people that are unsheltered, we're generally going to encampments. And what could very well be is you might have people that are evicted that are staying in motels or staying in their cars. They might not, we want to make sure we count as many people as we can, but we might have a whole population of folks that aren't showing up in encampments, which is where much of this count takes place. So, I don't know right now. I think anecdotally, we see more demand for services, for sure. whether that will show a rise in our sheltered population versus our unsheltered population, it's hard to say. And it's also, being January, knowing that I think there are some encampments that are being addressed because of some health and safety issues. We're seeing some folks being moved. So there's a lot of moving parts to this. And so I'm just trying to come at this with an open mind and see what the numbers tell us.
I appreciate that. And the reason I bring it up is because, for example, Turner Road, there's an encampment that's just exponentially increasing. There's encampments along the Crosstown Freeway. So and I only raise that question because it appears to me, based upon my driving around the county, that they're popping up or the ones that exist are expanding. So anyway, but I understand. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Look forward to any future discussions about the point-in-time count.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Now I'll read the public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, appointments, consent calendar, closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board in person. There's a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. This is a device on the podium, or there is a device on the podium. Green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. Ask that you refrain from personal attacks during the comments, that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not the audience, and obviously the comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. So I have several requests here. I'll start. Ida Cardellini.
Chairman Nguyen, I believe that she stepped out and she may be in the lobby or she may have left. I'm not sure.
No,
Yeah,
I think she's still here.
Yep.
Okay, well, we'll come back to her. Ariella, oh, that's her again.
There were about 4 that she submitted. I think they included her children as well.
Okay, all right. I have, it looks like a California driver's license number and a signature.
That was also by Ida.
Okay, all right, well, all right, now we have, let me see. All right, you're up. Not a problem. I think I called you 3 times. Well, we'll start with Ida. How's that?
Ida, you're up. Granted 3 minutes, yes?
What's that?
Granted 3 minutes.
He's granted 3 minutes.
Okay. Ida, do you want to take your backpack off? Go ahead. It's not your turn. You're out of order. Tell them whatever you want and ask them any questions that you'd like. They work for us. They're our public servants.
I just wanted to say hi.
Hello.
You have 2. You can say whatever you want for 3 minutes. The First Amendment. You can say whatever you want.
Thank you. You want to hear a joke?
They're not allowed to say back, so you got to just tell the back. You have to just tell them. They're not allowed to talk to you.
Why can't you use a broken pencil?
Why?
Because it's pointless.
Oh, that was a good one.
Another joke? You got 2 more minutes. They can't interrupt you.
How do you fix a broken pumpkin?
How?
With a pumpkin patch.
she's I don't know where she gets it from. Okay, go ahead.
Why can't you hear a pterodactyl going to the bathroom? Because the P is silent.
Okay, keep going. You got 2 more.
I think that's all the jokes I got.
Okay, we'll just stand here and wait because it's your time. You're granted 2 minutes under all the California and federal codes to say whatever you want. They can't limit your speech. They can't tell you not to pray. They can't tell you not to sing.
I
Want to teach them about Jesus? You can teach them about Jesus.
have another joke.
Oh, she's got another joke. Ready?
Why was it hot after the game?
Why?
Because all the fans left.
Ida, you're a beautiful singer. Sing them anything. Do you want me to sing with you?
No.
You sure? It's not your turn.
I think that's all I want to say.
Okay, you can just stand here and sit down or do whatever you want, honey. You're free to do whatever you want. You can go wherever you want in this building. It's a public accommodation. See, these are the districts of our county, and they have to follow certain rules. Okay, these people have to follow certain codes and regulations. Oh, I'd be nicer? Okay. So all these people took an oath to us, to serve us.
Okay.
Including that woman right there who just committed a hate crime.
Okay.
And that police officer that acted as a firefighter's representative and took away my religious object, which is a sacrificial candle under the Marian Roman Catholic Church. So I will be working on that later. There are federal and state guidelines that protect my child. She can say whatever she wants to whomever she wants, because we are a civilized society of free-thinking people. In all courts, we have inalienable rights. They don't come from you, nor any member of the federal government, nor any corporation. Ida, I'll be nice. You finish it up. 7 seconds. Hurry up. You got whatever you want. Say, nice to meet you. That's nice, and you go sit down and be a good girl.
Nice to meet you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, Ariella? Aurelia. Okay.
Okay, does anybody have something for her to stand on? Doesn't go
I
far
don't
enough.
think we do.
Tell them your name. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead. You can say whatever you want to these people. You have to listen to you. Yeah. So when you go to school, what happens? What do they put on your face? What happens when you go to school, honey? What does the corporation known as Mary Hull Preschool do? What do they put on your face? That thing that they force you to suffocate underneath? What's that called?
Mask.
A mask, right? They put a mask on my daughter's face all day long. How does that make you feel, honey?
Bad.
Why does it make you feel bad? Can you breathe when you wear a mask? Do you know why she can't breathe? Because there's not a forced air ventilator in the room directing the air towards her face. So she's forced to sit in preschool all day long with her friends like a dog in a box with tape. And then the children, when they're at preschool, they sit at tables with tape. And they don't touch their friends, and they don't hug their friends. They don't hug their friends. Does your teacher have to wear a mask even though she doesn't like it?
No.
No. Does Miss T wear a mask all day long? Yeah, she does. Right, she does. Miss T wears a mask all day long without the proper ventilation system to ensure she's getting enough oxygen in her brain. All day long.
Mommy.
I leave my child supervised with a corporation that suffocates her teacher and suffocates the children. In addition, I have a copy of their site health and safety plan, which does not have the proper hierarchy of controls to ensure my child is not harmed while she goes to school. I don't know if you heard that. My child is being injured at school. She comes home with a headache. What else happens to you at school, honey? What does that wonderful corporation of Mary Hill Preschool make you go through just so you can play with your friends? What do they do to you?
Make you can breathe.
What? Oh, right. They also make her play on tablets, which have radio frequency radiation that causes traumatic brain injury to her all day long, much like the Wi-Fi system I am being forced to watch her get hit by right now. Radio frequency radiation is a military-grade weapon. Honey, do you have to take a shot to go to school? Not yet, but he's trying. That guy in Sacramento, he's really trying. He's really trying to inject my kid with some stuff, so she has to go to school. right? You don't want to get a shot, do you, honey? That's good. Okay, what else do you want to tell them? You have 6 seconds. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next request is as a California driver's license number, whoever that is. I can't read the signature. Okay, I see no one taking that one, so. Jake Ivester?
My name is Jake Ivester, and I'm here to talk about the traffic problems on Hanson Road. Our community, Santos Ranch, Los Ranchos, and Courier Estates know what it is like to have 15,000 cars a day traversing what should be quiet residential streets. When Corral Hollow Road was closed for 3 months in April, May, June of 2018, traffic trying to get to 580 was forced to use Von Sostin Road, trying to avoid the horrendous traffic congestions on 205. Westbound traffic would back up from the four-way stop at Hanson and Von Sostin all the way past Grenhauer virtually every weekday morning, over a mile. There was a continuous flow of frustrated drivers speeding through our community at speeds of 40 to 50 miles per hour on Grenhauer, Rancho Ramon Drive, Courier, Redondo, Torellis, and Hanson, with complete disregard for stop signs and the posted 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. Commercial big rigs and large box trucks were a common sight on our residential streets during that 3-month period. Neighbors that live on Von Sostin Road literally were not able to get out of their driveways if they needed to travel west on Von Sostin in the morning. I walk in the morning, and on more than one occasion, I would step out into the stop traffic on Von Sostin to allow an opening so a neighbor could get out of their driveway. Over streets during that 3-month period were very dangerous and unsafe. We must have this looming threat of our community of 12 to 15,000 cars a day traversing our community once the warehouse complex is complete. Address now, not when it becomes critical like it was in April, May, June of 2018. We need to see real steps with committed dates of completion to stem the growing traffic that is direct threat to the quality of life and safety in our community, not just the good faith efforts we've seen today. Please start to do the right thing and help us move toward a full closure of Hanson Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Gilbert?
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. I'm Christina Gilbert with the San Joaquin Children's Alliance, and as promised, I am back to discuss the results of a poll we commissioned in early December. The poll was an online email survey of registered voters across San Joaquin County. Demographically, everyone was well represented: low income, high income, race, college educated, non-college educated, as well as geographically. And our goal was to ascertain what voters want COVID relief spent on. We asked voters, who do they feel was the most harmed by the impacts of COVID-19? And given a large group to choose from, voters ranked their top 3 negatively impacted as follows: small businesses at 72%, low-income households at 73%, and children and youth were considered the #1 negatively impacted group at 90%, a double-digit difference. When then asked an open-ended question, where they wanted COVID relief funding directed, again, voters ranked those 3 groups as the top 3 as listed before. The survey states, quote, "Some of the relief money has already been spent. How much would you support or oppose the remaining COVID relief money being spent on each of the following groups?" The same large group of choices was provided with the options to indicate if they strongly support, somewhat support, oppose, or strongly oppose. Children and youth were chosen as the #1 group with 93% strongly supporting or somewhat supporting with 0 opposition. Low-income households at 81% and small businesses at 87%, though both did have registered opposition. And the last result I'll share today was the question that who bears the responsibility of directing funding to manage the impacts of COVID-19 to these priority areas? School districts, the county, both, other. 65% indicated that they believed it was responsibility of both entities to engage and manage the impacts of COVID to children and youth. The Children and Youth Task Force has been meeting to discuss the impacts of COVID to children and youth and bring forward potential proposals for funding that would address these impacts. We implore this board, state children and youth as a priority for COVID relief funding. Direct staff to continue working with the task force and invite the task force to bring forward a formal presentation of those recommendations. You have the money. You have the collaboration of your community. You have the will of the people, and it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Rose.
You ready? Say, I'm loose. Oops. You guys should really get some places for kids to talk in here. That would be nice. This is kind of dangerous. I'm loose. Say, bad line clouds. Say, bad line clouds. Can you say bad line clouds? My daughter likes to say the word bad line clouds. I don't know if you guys have noticed the bad line clouds in the sky. Okay, can you say hi? She's a little nervous. Bad line clouds refer to geochemical engineering. It's a toxin. Okay? I don't know. Does everybody know geochemical engineering? Okay. Geochemical engineering is illegal. It violates my right to breathe freely. Someone should talk to the Air Quality Control Board about that. I want to play in a park without being poisoned by the federal government and the United States government and any person who thinks they have a right to put poison in my daughter. Let's not forget about the fluoride in the water. That's a neurotoxin. I have a couple experts on the matter. Oh, be careful, this isn't very safe, is it? For children to come and talk to their elected representatives. They maybe should have their own microphone and space so that they feel free to speak to you whenever they want. Maybe you could return some emails to the parents that are crying and being persecuted for breathing and drinking water. It is unsafe. Luce Rose wants to grow in a nurturing environment that I provide for her. Her care providers are now teaching her how to put a mask on without the proper site health and safety protocols or illness injury prevention plans in place to ensure she can safely and beneficially grow. Her director thinks it's normal to teach her to put a mask on. I don't know if you've heard about Lockstep or Agenda 21. The online research library known as the Internet has a lot of information to review.
You need to take control of your child.
Thank you so much.
Child safety.
Yes.
Before you're over.
Okay. Okay, Aurelia, go sit down, please. Anything else, Luce? Okay. I don't know if you all witnessed that. That was kind of intimidating for me as a female. I'm allowed to conduct my business freely. Protect and serve.
Adam Corcus.
Good morning, honorable supervisors. I am grateful for your service and pray for your wise leadership of our county and promotion of the public health. Yesterday, I donated blood, a Power Red, double pint equivalent. I'm not a healthcare worker, and during this crisis, one way I could serve the medically needy would to be more consistent with my blood donations, something I've done since my 17th birthday when I made my first donation. As I prepared for my appointment yesterday, I thought about how many lives we could save if more people would donate blood, get stem cells tested for blood donations, or donate their organs. According to the American Red Cross, every pint of blood, 3 lives are saved and benefits patients with trauma, sickle cell anemia, burns, cancer, organ failure, surgery. And unfortunately, during COVID, there is a great deal of hesitancy and many are declining to donate. But even pre-COVID, only 3% of Americans gave blood. I hope each of you will consider how you can use your influence to encourage and promote this vital opportunity to serve. Now, all of those activities require informed consent, and so far, none are contingent on a COVID jab. I have found the actions of our government chilling in the way that we are othering the unvaccinated for a small gain in herd immunity. Some jurisdictions are excluding the unvaccinated from a substantial portion of the economy, including healthcare, federal contractors, and workplaces with over 100 employees. Public accommodations like restaurants, hotels, and shops receiving an organ donation. They're excluding children from public schools, excluding people from visiting their dying relatives and attending medical visits with their children. They're also excluded from international travel. And in December, Dr. Fauci recommended we start excluding the unvaccinated from domestic air travel. Those with 2 shots are now obligated to get a 3rd, and as many as are recommended in order to maintain access to public life in many jurisdictions. These tactics are expected to yield a 5 to 8% increase in herd immunity and some theoretical small improvement in public health, yet at a tremendous cost in human dignity. Coercion and othering is a long-term harm in our community, and it manifests itself in depression, hopelessness, isolation, homelessness, drug addiction, and many self-harms. And there are also great increases in criminal activity for those in those circumstances. Many never recover from the trauma. Dignity is vital to the health of our community. I know this board has been very balanced, and I appreciate it greatly. Whether you are pro-vaccine, against it, or somewhere else on the spectrum, we can all be for human dignity and against coercion. We must respect the individual, we can encourage the public health, and those of us who are strong need to stand up for those that are being othered, for those who are hesitant, and we must give them our respect. 3 lives saved for every blood donation, 7 lives saved for every organ donation, more who experience improvements in quality of life like restored vision through these generous donations. There are a lot of gains, but we need informed consent. We need to protect human dignity. We need our community to restrain from shaming the reluctant. I've taken many jabs for my community to give blood, but the only one that seems to matter is a COVID jab. I hope you can help bring us together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cork. In regards to the blood donations, because over half of our hospitalized individuals in ICU are not COVID, they're for other related injuries and illnesses. So I appreciate your message. It needs to get out there. So thank you. Okay, so anyone else in the audience wishing to speak? Okay. Our district attorney.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen, and thank you for the opportunity to be here before the Board of Supervisors and all team members. I'm proud to report back that we've had a 30% reduction in our homicide rate here in San Joaquin County. As you know, thanks to the tools and resources you've provided the District Attorney's Office and our partners at the Sheriff's Office, in 2018, we had a 40% reduction in homicides, 2019, nearly a 40% reduction in homicide, and then COVID came in 2020. None of us were prepared for what that would do to our community, but needless to say, our rate spiked. We immediately mobilized our teams, our partners in law enforcement, our community-based organizations, our faith-based organizations, and mobilized our community to work to reduce this. And I'm proud to report, thanks to you, all of our partners and the community, we were able to bring the rate down 30%. Our goal is to report one day before you that we've had 0 homicides, but we can't do that without all of us working collaboratively. So I want to thank our victim witness who helped heal 20,000 victims last year, our Family Justice Center, 8,000 people through the door who received services, to the prosecutors, support staff, Bureau of Investigations, and IT teams within my office who work 24/7. We are on call for every homicide and we respond to it, not only with prosecutors and investigators, but our victim witness as well. To all of them in our homicide, our organized crime, our child abuse, sexual assault, and domestic violence teams for prosecuting these homicides with overwhelming success and ensuring those who commit such violent acts against our community are held accountable. And I want to thank you, the Board of Supervisors, for giving us the tools and resources to do it, giving us the technology, the opportunity to hire individuals to successfully investigate and prosecute these cases. It takes all of us working together in partnership to bring this horrific crime to a halt. And we could not do it without you and, of course, the great community we have the privilege of working with. So thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for your continued support in ensuring the public safety of our community.
Thank you. And thank your staff.
Yes.
Mommy has to talk now. I don't have much time. Supervisor Nguyen, I'm a disabled person. I'm requesting more time.
I will give you 3 minutes, as everybody else. I said I will give you 3 minutes, as everybody else.
Thank you very much. I've been here before and I've spoken to you about the laws of the land. Supervisor Nguyen, you were supposed to read my comments I put on there because you are the most powerful person in this maritime county as a port city. Per the California Education Code, I am responsible to make sure my children are not abused. I just had a meeting with the principal of her school. They have been practicing medicine without a license. They have been handing out medical devices known as face masks to children, and the children have been sitting in classrooms getting bloody noses. I have reported this to the principal. I have spoken at the Lodi School Board meeting. I know I'm a little upset. I have spoken to you and I have spoken to the board. I went to the police yesterday and made a police report. They gave me a card and told me to get a lawyer. I went to the police and I told them my daughter has a bloody nose. I don't know why. My other daughter's hands are peeling. I don't know why. I know why. I'm highly educated and cross-trained in site health and safety by some of the biggest corporations in the world. It is my responsibility to ensure that my children are not harmed while they go to school. District Attorney, I'm asking you to perform an injunction to stop the safety measures of the state of California. They are violating the hierarchies of control for site health and safety. Children are being harmed daily. You yourself are harming yourself by wearing a face mask not in the proper way. Governor Gavin Newsom has no right to abuse children. Last night, I didn't sleep with my children because of an order by the health officer. Maggie Park has no business telling me I have to neglect my children so I can come talk to you. Right now, because I've spent more than 14 minutes, 59 seconds taking care of my children, I can't go to work. Your job is to make sure I can go to work. On my paper, Supervisor, when I wrote Mayday, 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 all hands on deck. Reporting for duty, sir. You are in charge. You order for Tom just this morning to call on the officers of the Naval Administration and prosecute Governor Gavin Newsom with crimes against humanity and human trafficking. I am allowed to conduct my business as a Catholic, as a disabled person, as a woman. I am allowed to tell you you are wrong. And I'm allowed to love and sleep next to my children in my house if I do see so fit. This officer keeps intimidating me, and as a disabled person, I need him to step back. You don't understand what you're doing? I've already filed 3 Williams Settlement Claim Acts against you and the district. You call the Navy and the Coast Guard, and you get us out of this mess. And any person who does not stand up for the children is guilty.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, seeing no one. Clerk of the Board, could you read the comments we received?
Thank you, Supervisor Wynn. We do have several written public comments that I'll read. The first comment was submitted by Brian Sloan, who writes, "One-way traffic will not solve the issue. Road needs to be closed except for emergency personnel." The second comment was submitted by Angie Connolly, who writes, "I live in Santos Ranch Estates, and I'm asking the board to not make Hanson Road a one-way, but to close it. Making the road a one-way will not solve the safety issues in our community. I feel as if we are not being heard. Our homes have been here for over 40 years. We are all taxpayers. Mountain House Parkway was built for commuters and big rigs, not Hanson Road. Hear our community and do the right thing and close Hanson." The next comment was submitted by Patricia Moore, who writes, "As a resident of the community that has asked repeatedly for the closure of the overpass of Hanson Road at Highway 205, it is upsetting to learn of the compromise from the County of San Joaquin and the City of Tracy. Painting Hanson Road and setting up a plethora of barricades with the intent of deterring semi-trucks and their trailers and the excessive number of speeding employee cars from the variety of employers in the Prologis International Park Complex will make this wonderful community we call home look like nothing short of a detention camp. When will the barbed wire and German Shepherd dogs be implemented? I am confident that no other neighborhood would be accepting of the same. If this is a stalling tactic, spill the beans. We're all adults here. What is going on? Please close Hanson Road overpass at Highway 205 except for emergency vehicle use. There's a perfectly good road called Mountain House that was constructed for just these purposes." The next comment is submitted by Tammy Morrell, who writes, "Dear Board of Supervisors, as you know, Public Works is doing another trial mitigation effort to calm the big rig and commuter traffic in our Lammersville community in Tracy. Our rural residential roads were not designed to handle big rigs or 4,000 commuters each day. The development is only about 30% built out. If the one-way solution cuts the traffic in half, as predicted by Public Works, we'll have more than 6,000 commuters per day once the development is complete. We have a serious safety issue that needs to be resolved, not given yellow striped Band-Aids. The only way to solve the issue is to close Hanson Road. Please take this seriously before someone is seriously hurt again or worse. Thank you, Tammy." The next comment is submitted by Tatiana Briff, who writes, "Hello, I am writing in relation of closing Hanson Road in Tracy. I would like to remind to the Board of Supervisors that according to the plan of the business park development, the impact of the traffic to the adjoining residential community and using residential Hanson Road should be negligible. It means close to zero additional traffic. We, the residents of the Santos Ranch community, see huge influx of traffic in our community with the development of the business park at 30%. We have 60 to 70 mile per hour speeders at our streets. We have big rigs at our streets. It means all these extra traffic is illegal. All these vehicles should not be there in the first place. It is very disappointing to see that the Board of Supervisors supports illegal activity by offering such measures as changing Hanson to one-way road. I am asking you to listen to the people of the community. Stop supporting all this illegal traffic and close Hanson Road as it was done at the other places in California. Thank you." The next comment was submitted by Brenda Mills, who writes, "Since the logistics center's warehouses became functional on Hanson Road, my vehicle has been passed by speeding commuters crossing the double yellow line on Von Susten no less than 3 to 5 times per week. The commuter situation is creating unsafe conditions for neighborhood traffic, foot, and vehicle on a daily basis." The next comment was submitted by George and Julie Escalante, who writes, "Close Hanson Road in Lammersville area of Tracy. There are no public discussions to go to one-way street, only a meeting to force the decision from San Joaquin Public Works down our throats. One way will not solve the problem when 100 sideshow cars come speeding down Hanson Road to escape the police from the warehouse area. The safety of the Lammersville area will still be at risk." The next comment is submitted by Wendy Tocini, who writes, Dear San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, I believe that the safest way to prevent the safety problem that has been plaguing Lammersville community is to close Hanson Road with emergency access. As you know, the area is currently experiencing unsafe road conditions, including speeding vehicles, unsafe lane changes and passing over double yellow lines, semi-trucks speeding through 25 miles per hour and 35 mile per hour residential roads, vehicles ignoring stop signs completely. I am concerned that closing Hanson Road to southbound traffic will create additional chaos and unsafe conditions. If these drivers are already ignoring all the signage in place, why would they abide by the temporary blockage of half the road? Those vehicles chose to ignore the speed limits and double yellow lines will continue using Hanson Road as a two-lane racetrack, just more frequently. The LPA previously submitted a petition to the county showing over 85% of the entire neighborhood supported closing Hanson Road with emergency access. Before the business park development was open, we felt safe walking dogs, riding horses, or bicycling. These roads were not designed as a throughway for a distribution center. Children typically walk to the corner school, but now the roads are unsafe to use. I see closing Hanson Road with emergency access as an extremely high priority since it greatly affects the safety, health, and well-being of all the people and animals in Lammersville community. The next comment was submitted by John Tocini, who writes, San Joaquin County Supervisors, as a concerned homeowner and grandfather in the Lammersville community, I have lived here for over 30 years and have seen the growth of the Prologis Industrial Park, changing the safe and peaceful nature of our neighborhood. Safety of our community roads should be the #1 priority of our county. Part of our tax dollars should be used to protect the community. I was part of a safety study looking at a 24-hour period on a typical weekday. The study shows a high volume of commuter vehicles, speeding vehicles, and semi-trucks using Hanson Road to reach the Prologis Industrial Park. At the end of their shift, these vehicles return using Hanson as a main throughway. Hanson Road was not designed for semi-trucks and large volume commuter traffic. The commuter to Prologis Industrial Park not only affects Hanson Road, but also the neighborhood roads leading to Hanson. The safety of our children walking to and from school, people out for their morning run or walk, has been compromised. It is just a matter of time before someone gets hurt. Converting the road to one-way southbound will not solve the problem. As county supervisors, one of your duties is to look at all the evidence which shows the need to close Hanson Road, with access for emergency vehicles as the best solution. 2 other counties both closed roads for unsafe conditions. Allow the community to present their data showing why Hanson Road should be closed. The next comment is submitted by Dale and Patricia Brandis and writes, we in the Lammersville community continue to have significant traffic issues in our neighborhood. For example, on December 30th at 11 p.m., over a 45-minute period, we had over 200 cars with loud exhaust speed by our homes on Hanson Road, on their way to a sideshow at the Prologis warehouses south of I-205. We also continue to have semi-trucks using Hanson Road, and the Prologis security guards are not regularly present. While we do not believe the one-way street option the county plans to implement on a trial basis will solve this traffic issues, we would like it implemented as soon as possible, so that way we can measure the effectiveness of this mitigation. We continue to believe the only solution in closing Hanson Road, the vast majority of the people in the neighborhood, 244, who would be most affected, support closing Hanson Road with emergency access only. Only a handful of people in and outside of the neighborhood oppose the closure. We request that the county supervisors direct county council to investigate how Hanson Road can be closed with emergency access. We have provided several examples of where closures have occurred in California. In the Vehicle Code Division 11, Chapter 1, Article 3, 21101, it states that, quote, local authorities may adopt rules and regulations by ordinance or resolution. A, closing any highway to vehicle traffic. 2, is in the interest of public safety. The next comment was submitted by Christina Silva, who submitted an attachment and writes, please see comments in the attachment, and that attachment will be distributed to the board and made available to the public after the meeting. The next public comment was submitted by Gary Moore, who writes, Gary Moore, 16298 Von Sustin Road, Hanson Road closure. I'm glad to see the Public Works Department is doing some measures for traffic calming. Although the measures being taken will only reroute the Prologis truck and employee traffic through other streets in the area, not change the traffic to roads and streets designed for such heavy traffic and truck payloads. The excessive speed and neglect of traffic laws are always broken on a daily basis without any repercussions. Children and pets are in grave danger walking on the area streets and roads, not to mention trying to get of driveways. The only acceptable resolution is to close Hanson Road overpass with emergency access only gate to keep Prologis traffic in the correct traffic areas designed to carry the traffic volume created from employees and truck traffic. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Raymond Dart, who writes, as an attempt to finalize a solution for the truck and traffic issues in the Lammersville community, Public Works conducted a meeting December 13th, informing the community of the planned partial one-way only traffic flow on Hanson Road. Despite the opposition by all present at the meeting, the community believes the one-way street pilot is a waste of taxpayer funds, which would be better used toward a guaranteed successful solution, closing Hanson Road with emergency access only. County Council stated at the October meeting, a public road cannot be closed. The Lammersville community respectfully disagrees with this finding, as there are several examples of public roads closed in California. A recent example in Locust Road in Placer County closed September 2016 with a gate and access for emergency vehicles only. As with the Prologis development in Hanson Road, Locust Road became a shortcut for commuters traveling between the new Placer Vineyards development to other areas. With a traffic count of 1,000 cars a day, many speeding and illegally passing on the two-lane rural road with a school located along the route. With no truck traffic issues and less than one-third of the current Hanson Road truck count, Placer County Public Works listened to the community members, worked with the, I'm sorry, if I could please ask everyone to mute their mics who are participating telephonically. I'll go on. With no truck traffic issues, less than one-third of the current Hanson Road traffic count, Placer County Public Works listened to the community members, worked with the developer creating the largest traffic impacts to the area, and closed the road as the community petitioned. Another example is a short length of 2nd Avenue in Sacramento, closed last year, also due to safety issues. And Mr. Dart provided a link to an article to read, which I will forward to the board and made available to the public. The next comment was submitted by Peter Moyer, who writes, when purchasing our house on Hanson Road 23 years ago, we never envisioned the traffic safety nightmare that exists today. Being a licensed contractor for 40 years, our family supported new construction and job creation. The community needed it. Around 2012, several meetings were held at Lammersville School regarding the Cordis Ranch project, which the local community supported. The EIR stated 1, 850 cars maximum, 2, no noise or traffic impacted to us, 3, no construction traffic on our roadways, 4, no overpass on Lammers. Today we have 4,500 plus vehicles a day, including 125 plus trucks, 2, damage to our homes, roads, 3, very noisy traffic, 4, danger for people walking, children going to school, 5, my grandchildren have almost been hit twice. 6, my mailbox hit twice. 7, 3 vehicles stuck in my front yard. So much for our government putting public safety ahead of tax dollars. Read the county supervisor's mission statements. All include public safety and controlled growth. Are they just a sales pitch like the phony EIR report, or is everyone's moral compass broken? What do I get for $6,000 a year property tax? A canceled check? Staff's proposal for a one-way Hanson Road is a safety hazard and a public nuisance. At most, it reduces current traffic flow by half, 4,600 a day to 2,300. Homeowner, when Prologis project is 100% built out, traffic will around 6,500 to 7,500. That's 2,000 more than current levels, far exceeding the EIR's 850 a day. Call that looking out for public safety? This one-way option sucks. Close Hanson Road. The next public comment was submitted by Tom Heckman, who writes, I live on Hanson Road, a stone's throw from Lammersville Elementary School. On January 5th, I sent an email to each of you copying Public Works with links to 2 videos capturing a very disturbing event that occurred on Hanson Road around 11 p.m. on December 30th. None of you have acknowledged receipt of that email. My wife and I both work from home, day in and day out, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We hear, see cars and trucks cutting through our community while endangering our residents and breaking traffic laws. The board has been aware of this problem for a very long time. Our community has communicated to you the only solution that will resolve all traffic safety issues, which is to close the Hanson Road overpass. Hanson Road is not the only route traversing I-205. There is Mountain House International Parkway 1 mile up to the west and Byron Road, Lammers, 1.9 miles to the east. Neither of these roads cut through the heart of a residential community. You are moving forward with a one-way mitigation effort which will not resolve our community's traffic safety issue. The board stated that if this effort does not work, they will consider others and will bring the matter back to the board in 90 days. I will be looking forward to that meeting. We are asking the board to do the right thing and put public safety ahead of profit and convenience. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Rachel Cole, and she writes, "Good morning, board members. I, along with many other constituents, submitted emails this past week to all board members, along with Dr. Parks, in regards to the fear propaganda being pushed with the use of PCR testing instead of early treatment protocols. This fear-mongering has to stop. You have healthy people taking off work and standing like farm animals in lines for hours, awaiting to be tested. I see it every day. The CDC stated that, in fact, all medical facilities are to terminate the use of PCR tests, yet this county is still going full stream. I have documented several facilities that are still using the PCR under your order, Dr. Parks, as you are responsible for this county and its response to COVID. You are illegally allocating funds to continue the charade that we are in a pandemic. The PCR is not reliable and gives false positives. Not sure how many more ways I can state this. All members of the board are just as guilty as you. Continue to keep Dr. Parks on as our county's health officer. We are calling for her removal. You all should really educate yourselves on the facts and not just fall in line because a doctor who specializes in pediatrics says to. If we are really in a pandemic, then why hire a pediatrician over an infectious disease doctor? Why not hire someone who's actually qualified, not a puppet, to blatantly repeat what the governor says? And the last comment I have is specifically addresses COVID. Chairman, when would you like me to read it now or wait until the COVID discussion?
Oh, you can read it now.
Okay. This comment was submitted by Ashley Negron, who writes, to San Joaquin County BOS and Dr. Parks. On Wednesday, I received an email stating that my child will be sent home with 2 COVID tests, one to take when she got home January 5th and one to take in 3 days. I wondered what the point of that was, as we all can expect to possibly come into contact with it after the holidays. If they were hoping to prevent spread, wouldn't it make sense to take the test before they return? I'm sure you can agree on that. No sooner did I receive that message did I receive another that stated that my child's class was exposed and that the tests that were sent home would not be good enough to return my student after exposure. So I emailed the principal, if my child is not exhibiting any symptoms and that test is good enough for them to take when there is no exposure, why is not okay for them to take when there is? She responded and said, as long as my child is not exhibiting symptoms, she's safe to return. So is asymptomatic not a thing anymore? Asymptomatic people can still spread COVID. I then received notification that my child would be tested and the whole class in a few days, but then was informed it's a PCR test and it will take 2 to 3 business days. They cannot be serious. What mitigation approaches are they taking by sending the children to school while awaiting test results? None of this makes sense. And Chairman Nguyen, that concludes the public comments that I've currently received.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? I don't see anybody that is unfamiliar, so thank you, Clerk of the Board. Thank you, Michelle. All right, moving along to the minutes. We have minutes for Board of Supervisors meeting December 7th and December 14th. Any additions, revisions, changes from the board or from the public?
Barring the addition or changes, I'll make a motion to approve minutes.
Okay.
Second.
All right. It's moved and seconded. All please vote. And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. Appointments to boards and commissions.
Chairman, I have a question.
Sure.
Looking over the appointments, question for County Council, if, through the chair, if there's a conflict, I'm a single parent, there's a conflict, one of the board assignments might be in conflict with the custody times that I have my daughter, and I'm don't know if there's ever any changes or amendments after we approve or what that process is. If I'm unable to participate in any particular meeting, was that an ethics code violation? Is there a dereliction of duty? Is there any type of problem before I vote to approve the appointments?
Chair, Supervisor Patty, I believe at this point we're talking about appointments to the boards and commissions, not the appointments of the supervisors to the standing committees.
I apologize. I have a question in advance. I'm sorry, Chairman. That'll be my standing question when we get to that. I'm sorry. I thought that was part of what we're doing with the commissions. My mistake.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Chair. To approve the appointment of positions for various boards and commissions, we'll go for Assessment Appeals Board number 1, position number 1311, and I recommend for appointment Gary Duncan. Assessment Appeals Board number 2, position number 1321, recommend for appointment Garrett Becker. Behavioral Health Board, position number 6702.2, recommend for appointment. Clerk of the board will need to re-advertise on that one. Building Board of Appeals, I guess category Licensed General Contractor, position number 1703, recommend for appointment James Hanley. Comanche Regional Park Advisory Board, San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, recommend, or position number 1801.1, and recommend for appointment Norman Walker Jr. Civil Service Commission, 3rd Supervisor District Rep, position number 2103, recommend for appointment Dottie Lofstrom. Council for Quality Care Education of Children, Consumer Representative, recommended for appointment Rena DeMille. Health Commission of San Joaquin County, Hospital Council of Central and Northern California Rep, position number 3305, recommend for appointment Brian Jensen. San Joaquin County Medical Society nominee, position number 3307.1, recommend for appointment Dr. John Zeter. Kennedy Community Center Advisory Board, low-income representative, and recommend for appointment Bonita Ortiz. Lockford Municipal Advisory Council, category member, and recommend for position number 4401.7, recommend for appointment Todd Williams. Woodbridge Municipal Advisory Council, category member, position number 6601.4, recommend for appointment Diego Galvin. And lastly, Workforce Development Board, category Wagner Pizer EDD Program Rep, position number 7214, recommend for appointment Lachelle Adams. And that'll be with recommend for a motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, moved and seconded. Please vote. Adopted 5-0. Thank you. Moving to COVID discussion, I had mentioned earlier in regards to maybe changing a little direction in regards to this discussion on this item. First, obviously Dr. Park will be online to make her presentation, but then I've asked other individuals, and Mr. Diederich, if you want to come down and in regards to the other speakers and to kind of orchestrate that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to Dr. Maggie Park, we have Dan Birch, our Mohawk, waiting to speak as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, Dr. Park.
Yes, I'm here, and I hope you can all hear me.
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. If you could bring up my slides. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is our epi curve as it is to date. About 118,000 total confirmed cases in the county, close to 6,000 over the past 7 days. And that amounts to a case rate of 87.8 cases per 100,000 people in the county. We were in the 11th just 3 weeks ago, so this represents a 7-fold increase in 3 weeks' time. And you can see that with the Omicron variant mixed in with some Delta still hanging around. We have far surpassed the peak of last winter's surge and past the peak of the summer surge we just got through with the Delta variant, with some days resulting in more than 1,000 positive tests in the county. Next slide, please. The next slide just represents the testing volume and the testing positivity rate of our county. We have completed over 1,800,000 PCR tests in the county to date, 25,000 just in the last week. And you can see how the testing percentile or positivity rate has increased tremendously and very rapidly, almost a straight line up. And currently there is a 28% testing positivity rate in the county. Next slide. So we do recognize that there is a huge demand for testing in the county and that there are some long lines at our test sites, and that because of demand, we need to rapidly set up some new test sites or increase some hours. So I did want to let you all know that starting on Monday, just yesterday, the Ag Center parking lot is now a new test site. HR support is out there doing testing 9 to 4 p.m. The plan is that this site will have an additional lane for vaccination starting next week, possibly Monday. Currently, there are 2 lanes for testing. They do have PCR out there, and they will have the rapid antigen test available until they run out. Coming soon, we have a new test site at Lodi Great Festival Grounds planned for initiation next Monday. So hopefully all goes well. That is the start date, and it will be another HR support test site, which will operate Monday through Friday. In a couple of weeks' time, we do hope to have a Fulgent test group out at the San Joaquin Delta College campus, Mountain House. Just had a meeting yesterday with Lammersville Unified Superintendent and the Delta College folks. This has been approved and is now in the works. Hours are increasing at our 2 Optum Serve sites, one at the 19th South Central Avenue site. What I've posted here are the current hours, which you would see on SJ Ready, but that will be increasing this Sunday, January 16th, to reflect that that site will now be open 7 days a week, Monday through Friday, 7 to 7, and Saturdays and Sundays, 8 to 5. The team at the San Joaquin General Hospital parking lot, which is now open 3 days a week, is also going to move to 7 days a week, and their operation will be open 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. starting this Sunday. So we are trying hard to try to increase and meet the demand. The county is also purchasing some at-home test kits to be distributed to the public through our cities and through our CBOs. Next slide, please. Just wanted to share with you on the next couple of slides a social media campaign that we worked on with RSC and ad agency, helped to create some of these designs based on our county colors and the colors matching SJ Ready's coloring. And the campaign ran towards the end of the year and really outperformed our expectations. We saw that the Latinx audience was quite attentive to these ads, 2.6 million impressions, and they were the top performer. And the highest rate of engagement with click-throughs was in the Black or African-American population. Next slide. Part of this campaign was called the Thanks to the Vaccine messaging part, and the most seen or most popular ad was this one called Enjoying Live Music Again, Thanks to the Vaccine. And just wanted to share the numbers with you so you could see the amount of engagement we've had on our social media sites with this particular campaign. And next slide. If you go to the website, SJ Vax for the Win, and this is also on SJ Ready, you could see the winners of our SJ Vax for the Win art contest amongst all K through 12 students here in the county. We had some wonderful submissions, as I said, the last time I was there, and I would really encourage you to take a look at this website when you have a chance. Lots of wonderful submissions. Next slide. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to talk about COVID-19 treatments that are available because this has been out in the news a lot. and people are asking questions about what these are and how they work. This presentation will focus on treatments available to non-hospitalized patients, so I'm not covering treatments that the hospitals offer inpatient, things that are offered as an outpatient to those who may or may not have confirmed COVID. So there are 3 categories here, and what you're looking at are all the medications that are currently approved and that are being allocated or distributed in our county through the state and through the federal government. So there are monoclonal antibodies, and amongst the monoclonal antibodies, there's the one called bamlanivimab, etesivimab. We call it BAM-EDI for short. There's the Regeneron medication called REGEN-COV, and there's one from GlaxoSmithKline called sotrovimab. We also have pills, and the 2 that have been given approvals from the FDA are molnupiravir and Paxlovid. And then Evusheld is actually also a monoclonal antibody, but quite unique from the others, so I have separated it. It is for pre-exposure prophylaxis. Next slide. So the monoclonal antibodies, they're basically lab-made proteins, synthetic antibodies that are much like the antibodies we would make naturally as our immune system would fight off COVID. And as you see in this picture, the orange is the virus, the green would be antibodies, and the antibodies stop that spike protein from being able to bind to the receptor binding domain on your cells. And what we have found is that perhaps immune-compromised patients cannot mount a rapid antibody response when they have this infection. And even in people without immune compromise, there may be some delay with the body producing enough antibodies to really flood the spike proteins and offer the protection we need. And studies have shown that early offerings of these antibodies can help with that fight when administered early on after symptom onset. So these modes are used for the treatment of mild to moderate coronavirus disease. So basically used in people who have already tested positive for COVID and who are at high risk for progression to severe disease, including hospitalization or death. In other words, it's for positive folks who are at risk but not yet hospitalized, who do not require oxygen, or who are already on oxygen but don't require an increase in the amount of baseline oxygen they use. Next slide. So the at-risk category is defined the same for the 3 brands that I showed you. It is the same list of at-risk individuals we would consider using the monoclonal antibodies on. Again, mild to moderate disease, might have fever, sore throat, cough, and the like, but not requiring oxygen yet. So the list includes people who might be older, obese, pregnant, kidney disease, diabetics, immunosuppressed, they said, cardiovascular, lung disease, sickle cell, neurodevelopmental disorders, and so on and so forth. Next slide. The 3 brands, as I said, were REGEN-COV, which is a combination of pasirivimab and endevimab. This particular brand is used for not just treatment, but was also authorized for use for post-exposure prophylaxis. In general, all 3 are used for treatment for the most part. However, the top 2, including BAM-EDI, can be used for post-exposure prophylaxis, meaning somebody who has been exposed to COVID, but before they demonstrate a lot of symptoms, can be utilized that way. However, priority is given for treatment purposes. Sotrovimab is only authorized for the use of treatment and not for post-exposure prophylaxis. All of them are in general given as intravenous infusions, so they do require the patient to have an IV and to sit for a few hours, either in an infusion lab or an urgent care or an emergency department that might administer these. REGEN-COV also has authorization for subcutaneous use. Next slide. So really what I'm showing in this slide is some very interesting research about the different types. And recall the Lilly brand up in the top left corner is that BAM Eddy. And the green line represents the fact that it was quite effective against Delta virus, had high neutralization capacity. However, the red line demonstrates that this particular brand is now felt to not be effective against Omicron. With the Regeneron brand, the combination of casirivimab and endevimab, if you look at this study, you will see that it as well was effective against Delta and is not felt to be effective against Omicron. The Evusheld, which I will talk about later in the lower left-hand corner, is effective against Omicron, but very narrow and limited use for that particular drug. And then the GlaxoSmithKline sotrovimab is really the go-to monoclonal antibody now, and really a treasured item because it has efficacy against the Delta variant and the Omicron variant. However, its supply is very limited nationally, and therefore we do look to see what are our Omicron numbers right now going around in the state. As you know, nationally at the CDC level, the CDC is saying that nationally 95% of all sequenced cases of COVID are now Omicron. It has way outdone Delta and is now by far the predominant variant. In the state of California, as of last Wednesday, we were at 79% Omicron cases, and I imagine that we're over 80% now, and definitely in the southern parts of the state, we are well over 80 percentile of Omicron being the predominant variant. There are some people still here in the northern parts of our state that are experiencing Delta, and you will see that some of our hospitals continue to use the BAM Eddy, but not so much the BAM Eddy, more so even the Regeneron. And so as time goes on, public health will try to be informing our acute care hospitals as best we can. The recommendation is once your region goes above 80% Omicron, you really should stick with sotrovimab. But due to the limited capacity, the limited supply of this particular monoclonal antibody, you will see that physicians will have that conversation with people, and we have hospitals still using the Regeneron. Next slide, please. Moving on to the antiviral pill, molnupiravir was the first one that came out in the news and was really heralded as a big deal, but in the end was found to only have 30% efficacy. This is also referred to as the Merck pill. It was manufactured by Merck and Ridgeback Biotherapeutics, received its emergency use authorization from the FDA on the 23rd. It is 4 capsules that you take by mouth twice a day for 5 days. You need to start that treatment as soon as possible and within 5 days of you developing symptoms. It's offered to people 18 years and older, but not to people who are pregnant. This is an inhibitor of the virus's replication and works in a way called viral mutagenesis. So it's incorporated into the RNA of the cell, causing a catastrophic error, disrupting the virus's ability to replicate. Again, indicated for treatment, you have to have a COVID positive test. This is for people who are confirmed to have COVID, who are mild to moderate disease. But importantly, it is for those not just at high risk, but for whom alternative treatment options are not accessible. And that is because it only has that 30% relative risk reduction rate for hospitalization and deaths in their study. So this is something that the NIH says, although approved by FDA, the recommendation is to use it only if you do not have sotrovimab, Paxlovid, or some of the other medications available to you. There was a move-in trial done with molnupiravir with inpatients. It was found to not meet the efficacy standards required for authorization for use inpatient, but the move-out trial done on outpatients did show this mild benefit. So next slide. And the reason why there was so much news about this when it first came out was because in the beginning, in the interim analysis, there were 0 deaths in the move-out group who received molnupiravir and 8 deaths out of 377 people in the placebo group. But as the study moved along, you will see at the time of full population, in the end, there was 1 death in the molnupiravir group and 9 in the placebo group, and you can see that there were also hospitalizations, leading to that relative risk reduction of 30%. Next slide. You'll see here why in the beginning, at the interim part of this study, it was felt to reduce your risk by 50%. When you look at the left side, from 7.3 to 14.1 was the differential, but by the end of the study, it was a 3% absolute risk reduction or a 30% relative risk reduction. Next slide. I will say that molnupiravir is in better supply than this drug, which performed better. Now, Paxlovid is from Pfizer, so people will refer to this as the Pfizer drug, and it received its EUA a day before molnupiravir on the 22nd, even though it was reviewed later. The FDA decided to approve this one, and then the next day approved molnupiravir so that there would be 2 antiviral pills on the market. This particular drug is a combination of 2 drugs, nirmatrelvir and ritonavir. If you can see in the picture, you'll see that they are co-packaged together, with nirmatrelvir being the pink pills, ritonavir being the white pills. Nirmatrelvir is a protease inhibitor, so it inhibits an enzyme that the virus needs to continue replication and reproduction. Ritonavir is a booster to nirmatrelvir. It actually does not have the same capacity to work the way that nirmatrelvir does, but what it does is it prolongs the longevity of nirmatrelvir. Many drugs are marketed this way, and ritonavir allows the nirmatrelvir to have a sustained effect. So this is given as the 3 tablets twice a day for 5 days, again, as soon as possible and within 5 days of symptom onset, can be given to the pediatric population as long as they're 12 years or older and weigh at least 40 kilograms, which is about 88 pounds. Again, for the treatment of mild to moderate coronavirus disease, so those who are not hospitalized and who are positive already, who have a confirmed test, and are at high risk based on the risk categories that I've shown you. This study, this drug was studied under a trial called the EPIC-HR trial, found to have an 88% risk reduction rate. Very good, however, has some significant drug-to-drug interactions, so people who are taking certain medications need to really watch out, and physicians need to know not to prescribe to those folks. It's not recommended for people with severe kidney or liver disease also. Next slide. This is the monoclonal antibody that I told you was quite unique. It's not given as an intravenous infusion. Rather, it is an intramuscular injection and very narrow use for this. It is the first therapeutic to receive an EUA for pre-exposure prophylaxis. So this is not that person who lives with somebody who's positive and has been exposed. This is somebody who has severe immune compromise and even before exposure can receive this treatment, which might last for 6 months in their system. It's a combination of 2 long-acting monoclonal antibodies that have very specific epitopes on the spike protein and has 2 uses, basically for moderate to severe immunocompromised people or for people who are not able to get the COVID-19 vaccine due to a history of severe adverse reaction to the vaccine. Next slide. As you can see, Evusheld in its study called PROVENT, the top part of this slide is a copy of the PROVENT results, which showed that compared to placebo, there was a 77% relative risk reduction. They did study Evusheld in people who were symptomatic, so not just pre-exposure, but people who had symptoms, and that was called the Storm Chaser study, but only demonstrated a 33% reduction, so was not approved for use that way. And next slide. I wanted to touch a little bit about remdesivir. This is an antiviral that has been used in our hospitals for well over a year now. This is the only drug that's actually FDA approved, not just an EUA, not just having an emergency use authorization, but has full approval for use in hospitals. Currently, it does not have that outpatient treatment approval, and any use of the outpatient would be an off-label use. But a study called the Pine Tree Trial showed that if you give this to a non-hospitalized patient 3 days in a row by IV, there's an 87% relative risk reduction. So very interesting study, and I do believe many of our hospitals are going to start utilizing remdesivir this way, as we have more remdesivir in supply than the other drugs that I've mentioned. So next slide, please. Just wanted to sum up by showing you the stages of COVID illness, starting from prior to showing signs of illness. On the left side, what we have is that tixagevimab, silgavimab combination, the Evusheld, very narrow use, as I said, for just severely immunocompromised folks. And then as you look through the slide, you will see that people who were exposed, they were able to get the Regencro-V and the BAM-EDI, although we were prioritizing the use of these monoclonal antibodies for treatment. As you can see below, there is asterisks that say that they are not able to neutralize Omicron. And so what you see is therapy for mild to moderate. Again, you have BAM-EDI and the Regeneron, but of course falling out of favor in comparison to sotrovimab. And we have the Merck and the Pfizer oral antiviral pills with Paxlovid outperforming molnupiravir. Next slide. And this is my last slide, and really this shows what each of the current drugs are good for and where they might have some complications. And so we don't really have one perfect drug available at this time. And really, because of the limitations of supply for some of them, I would advise that people do their best not to get COVID in the first place, rather than rely on having one of these therapeutics available to them. Interestingly, this chart is in order from left to right as far as preference from the NIH. The NIH has said that nirmatrelvir or Paxlovid is the first preference for use. If you have it, then sotrovimab. Number 3, they do recommend the outpatient use of remdesivir, even if off-label. And then lastly, NIH says molnupiravir would be your last choice if you didn't have the others. And the NIH has put out some other outpatient guidelines as well as to how to prioritize when physicians in your county are looking at these allocations. What might you use to prioritize when there's limited supply? And really the first people who are in line are those who are immunocompromised by far. And then we go to people who are perhaps unvaccinated and at risk due to higher age group, and then unvaccinated with lower age group, and then you go on to vaccinated elderly. So there is a tiered system that's put out by the NIH for the use of these drugs. Thank you, and I do believe that my counterpart in EMS can follow up as far as the distribution of these drugs and where they are in this county.
Thank you, Dr. Park. Before we get to that, any questions of Dr. Park? Yeah, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Park, for your presentation. Always very informative. I have a few questions in terms of the staffing. And first of all, I want to say thank you to you and your team for responding quickly and understanding the need for folks to be able to have access to testing quickly and to get the results quickly. So my questions really are along those lines. What else do you need, and what else can the board be providing in terms of additional testing locations, especially some with after hours testing capability? I'm just wondering, I mean, I realize that most of these are under contract with the county, and so we don't really have direct control over the employees. I'm wondering, the staffing shortages that we keep hearing cited, is that mainly because staff is getting sick and not coming in, or is that because our vendors and ourselves were not able to hire and retain those staffers?
Thank you. It's a combination of both, staffing getting sick, whether it be with COVID or some other respiratory illness. We've heard from the various vendors that they have many call-outs per day now from the testing staff. They also have a difficult time recruiting. You know, I have asked them if they need assistance advertising for recruitment and trying to find testers. They really have done their best to try to hire. For example, HR support tried to onboard 60 new testers, and they trained them and hired them, and only 9 showed up on the first day of work. They well knew that Omicron was going to create a huge demand, and they did their best to try to prepare, and they are still hiring, so now they're going through another 90 folks. But, you know, even when the 9 showed up, there were 16 who called out sick. So this is an issue. Omicron is everywhere. There are people falling ill or who can't work even if they're asymptomatic because they're COVID positive. And we understand the demand. I don't know really what this board could do to assist with that process other than thank you, Supervisor Miller, for your office's assistance in finding some sites for us. We were looking for sites that had good drive-through opportunities, that had the ability to offer restrooms to the testers. There are various things that are required in order to set up a test site. And at this time, I'm hoping that with the increased hours and the addition of the sites that I showed, that we should be able to try to meet demand. Holidays are over now, and so hopefully that demand from people needing to get on airplanes or visit people or have gatherings is going to die down as well. But Omicron is certainly still surging. If there are other sites available that any of you could think of, we may be able to prop up a couple more. Thank you.
So that was going to be one of my next questions, is how many more locations are you really looking for? And is there any specific area in the county that you feel we need them?
Right. So we have tried, if you look on SJ Ready, we have tried to set up test sites in every pocket of the county. I have not heard specifically that people are complaining that there's no testing available in certain areas of the county, to be honest with you. We have Fulgent sites in Tracy, Escalon, and so we do have sites everywhere. I don't have capacity to set up a lot more at this time, to be honest with you. HR support is managed out of their national office in Chicago, Illinois, and they were gracious enough to send us the 2 new teams for the Ag Center in Lodi Grape. Don't think that they can manage sending us much more. We can perhaps expand our Fulgent contract. That's something we could look at. It takes them a couple of weeks to set up, and they do PCRs only and not rapids at the Fulgent test sites. So really maybe we could expand just 1 or 2 more if there's some areas that really feel that there's a need.
What we're hearing in our office is it's not so much that people can't find test sites, it's that when they find them, the lines are so long that they can't stay. And so opening more sites maybe isn't the answer. Maybe it's being able to increase the capacity at the sites we already have. And to that end, what I'm wondering is, can we offer something through our vendors? I mean, I realize we already have contracts, but can we offer some sort of incentive for their employees? You know, after you work 10 shifts in San Joaquin County, you get a little bonus. Or if you work so many shifts without a call out, there's a longevity bonus that San Joaquin is offering. I don't know how that would work, because I don't know how our contracts are set up, but I'm just wondering if there's something we can offer to sort of sweeten the pie here for San Joaquin County, because we're competing against all the other counties, the other states. It's there aren't enough people anywhere, and so I mean, can we offer gift cards to the staffers for a local grocery store? I mean, whatever it might be in terms of some sort of incentive for them to work the shifts. And like, I mean, they hired, 60 and 16 came on? I mean, that's terrible statistically. So I have to assume some of that is there's such a labor shortage everywhere else. Whatever they're being offered is perhaps not competitive, and people have other employment opportunities to choose from now. And so I don't know, but I think this board would perhaps be willing to look at that if need be. What we learned with the last surge is this is likely going to be a temporary thing. As this surge goes down, all of a sudden the demand will start to wane and we'll start rolling sites back up. But in the meantime, we need to really try to get people to have access. And, LA County is doing a pickup testing kit program where to help reduce the backlog, where residents can pick up at various public health sites. They can pick up a PCR kit, they can perform the test, drop it to designated sites, and then they're guaranteed they'll get their test results within 48 hours. I'm just trying to sort of look at what other counties are doing, anything we can do that we can ramp up quickly to help people with this. I think it would be really positive. It is brutal right now for folks trying to either get their kids back in school or keep them in school or be able to go back to work, all of those things. And there aren't enough home test kits. There aren't enough rapid tests available. And whatever we can do, I think we need to do it, because our economy has really suffered, and this is a key component to allowing folks to work and to have their kids in school. And we heard today from the survey that public feels the demographic in this county that's been hurt the most are our kids. We need to get them back into school and be able to keep them there. So I would just say I certainly would, and I have a feeling the rest of this board would definitely entertain some sort of outside the box thinking to help us quickly increase our testing capacity in any way.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. Through the chair, I will work with Purchasing, County Council, and Public Health in regards to our contracts with both Fulgent and HR support. Generally, we guarantee a minimum, and if they fall below the minimum, we pay them a stipend, but there's not a direct incentive for staffing. I would say that we work with them rather than maybe adding additional sites, adding second lanes to sites, and then squeezing out some of the time, because the business model for both of these vendors is to build third-party insurance, and if they could not so much an appointment but pre-register, such that there's less time waiting when you get to the front of the queue to have your test done. And Dr. Park, I don't think you mentioned, but we still do have Fulgent test kits at Public Health that are available for CBO's distribution. It is something that it's done at home. It is in FedEx back to the Fulgent test site. It's a PCR test. We still have some of those available, and as Dr. Park mentioned, as we wait for, and Dan will talk more, as we wait for the fulfillment of some of the rapid antigen tests from the state via purchasing on Friday, we did order on a cost basis from a vendor approximately 15,000 test kits that we ought to get in the next 10 days. And I would just also comment that starting on the 15th, obviously depends on getting stock, but the federal government is basically stating that all insurances will cover up to 8 take-home tests per individual per month. But again, getting those into circulation and into people's hands.
Great, thank you, and really thank you to all of your team for ramping up as quickly as you have and being as responsive to the public. It's very noticeable, and our office is getting a lot of thank yous for especially the new site out at the Ag Center, but the others as well.
Well, I know we ramped up the OptumServe site at San Joaquin General Hospital. Had been underutilized. My office is out there, and I drive past it several times a week, and there's never been a line. A couple months ago, after Delta, we ramped up at the Fulgent sites. For many months, those are running a very, very low utilization, under 5%, but obviously it's good to have those standing sites available now for the surge.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Yes, and I will add, oh, sorry.
That's good. Good, Dr. Park.
Well, Greg just mentioned the Fulgent test kits. So yes, Supervisor Miller certainly agreed that if we could staff the test sites better, that's perhaps better than setting up more and more test sites. We do have that purchase order placed for the 15,000 at-home test kits, the little boxes that you might buy at Walgreens or Rite Aid. Those are on order, and we will distribute them to the public when we receive them. But in addition to that, as Director Diedrich mentioned, we have the Fulgent PCR home collection kits. They're called home collection kits because they're different from the at-home test kits you would buy at your local pharmacy. They do require a lab to process the test, so the person can do the test on themselves following instructions, and it has to be sent back via FedEx to the lab in LA. Maybe what we can look at is purchasing more of those. We've done 2 rounds of purchases. 11,000 of those boxes were purchased 2 times. They've been really helping out as we give them to 211 for daycare providers to use. We've given them out to various entities, businesses, CBOs. But I imagine that if we could buy another shipment of that, we could probably have a distribution site or a distribution day for those. Some of our CBOs have gotten to use them very well, and for example, El Concilio passes them out and knows exactly which FedEx box behind St. Joseph's Hospital is the best one to drop your sample in. So we have some people who are quite familiar with the use of those boxes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman. Or Vice Chair Rick, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Good morning, Dr. Park, Mr. Diedrich, Mr. Birch. Welcome. Happy New Year to you all. Hope you guys had a great time with the family and away from the county for a little bit. I'm just kind of piggyback on what Supervisor Miller was talking about. I know I visited the Seeks for Humanity Vaccine and Testing Center over the weekend. And one of the concerns I have is for the vaccinations. I mean, they were looking anywhere between a 2 to 4 hour wait for people just to get vaccinated. And what they were telling me is they just don't have the personnel. I mean, they had, I believe, 2 or 3 people checking in, a long line of folks, and then just a few people administering the test. So, if we could correct that in some way so we can get people in and out, want to get the vaccination. As for the testing, they didn't have the rapid testing there, but there were still people getting tested. They have, the Seeks for Humanity has done, and Harry Dillon from Mountain House Community Service District has done a heck of a job. So whatever we can do to alleviate that wait time to get more personnel over there to get people through these lines and push through. Now, when we talk about available testing, one of the concerns, and I share Supervisor Miller's concerns, is I know people that have had to cancel vacations and trips because they can't get tested, or even go back to work because they don't have a test available. So it is, affecting the quality of life for families and our economy. But we were supposed to get, I know I listened to the OES call last week, approximately 60,000 tests was slated from the state to San Joaquin County, but yet they were diverted to education, I believe it was?
Supervisor Rickman, I know Dan, the Mohawk can speak more to that, but we were supposed to receive 67,000. We were expecting those between the Christmas and New Year's, and we were working on a plan to distribute those CBOs and our city partners. The Newsom administration had wanted to pre-position rapid antigen test kits for children such that they'd be tested before they came back to school. Because of weather and other issues, those test kits actually started to arrive late last week, well after school started. But the state has prioritized the distribution of those tests to the schools, as well as the back-end logistics to supply those are being diverted to fulfill the school orders at this point in time still.
Okay, when we do get antigen tests, rapid antigen tests, how will they be distributed? Are we distributing to the cities and the cities are putting them out, or?
Dr. Park could speak more clearly to this, but staff at Public Health started a plan. I believe there was of the 67,000, 18,000 were earmarked for our 7 cities for them to redistribute. Several of our CBOs and other partners would be distribution sites as well as some dialogue with county HR about making sure that our labor workforce is also able to be tested.
Okay. Well, I know I want to say thank you, Dr. Park. I know I asked you a bunch of questions about testing kits and stuff last week, and got back to me over the weekend. So thank you for taking the time to do that. I just want to, put that out there that, again, just like in the vaccine back in the early days, it's not the county that's holding things up. We're waiting for the state in order to get our testing so we can push it out to our cities and to our communities. But hopefully we get more of those tests sooner the better. And I'm glad to see, I know I've been talking about it for a while now, the monoclonal antibody treatments. And why did it take so long? We talked about it, I know myself, or our chair, Supervisor Patty, has talked about it months ago, early last year, and of course, hey, you guys aren't following the science. You're not following the science. And now, lo and behold, the science proves what we were saying and what other states were doing to be correct. So I want to say thank you for, first of all, I saw some social media posts, I think it was yesterday or the day before, explaining to the public the monoclonal antibodies, how to get them. I think that's a first step. But it was amazing how many people that don't even know about it. How many lives that could have been saved if this one approach for everyone, meaning get the vaccine, that's all that's available when we have these types of medications that could have been used. Thank you for that. But I think we still need to push this out even more to the public, meaning that for the education side of it, letting people know that this is available, that this is treatment that can help, lessen hospitalizations, lessen symptoms, which is, have been proven, which it says on the San Joaquin County Public Health website. So whatever we can do, hey, we do it for vaccines, we should be getting this information out, do it at PCA, whatever it may be, and letting people know. Again, there's no reason people need to suffer if there's medication treatment available. With that being said, how is our supply here in San Joaquin County?
No, that's part of Dan's presentation.
Okay.
And I would say another positive, we do have several more healthcare entities that are providing the monoclonal antibodies at this point as well.
Okay, and I'll hold off on that, Mr. Birch. I know our chair is going to be calling on you, so that's one of my questions for that. And for Dr. Park, CDC changed their guidelines recently for the isolation days from 10 days to 5 days. Can you explain that? What exactly is the isolation days now, and what does that entail?
Yeah, sure. So on December 27th, the CDC put out new recommendations. It was that isolation was 10 days before. So isolation is for anyone who has COVID, who could be infectious to others. Previous guidance was that they should stay home for 10 days. What they said on the 27th was that those folks could now be excused from isolation at day 5, as long as they were asymptomatic or their symptoms were resolving. And this was based on the fact that Omicron is the predominant variant, and we know that it has a very fast infectivity time, but also a fast a period of time or time frame during which you could be contagious to others. At the same time, they amended their quarantine guidance to folks who were exposed to quarantine is for people who are exposed, they're close contacts, they don't yet have COVID. Those folks were also supposed to stay home for 10 days, and that was also amended to shorten it to 5 days. What then happened was the state of California, CDPH, took a few days to look at this guidance from the CDC and decided to release theirs on December 30th, so that CDPH's guidance lines up in time frame where you could be excused from isolation and quarantine at day 5, however, with a negative test. So there was a lot of folks, public health experts, who felt that getting out of isolation at day 5 could be dangerous, and that there should be some testing component involved, and that is what CDPH is recommending. So we do follow the state's recommendations, and that's how we're trying to handle it here in our county.
Supervisor Rickman, it didn't sound like your mic was working. Do you want to try that again?
By design.
Okay, can you hear me? Now I feel like a lounge singer. But so California Department of Public Health is 5 days and a negative test, correct?
That's correct. And so it's very specific if you were to look at the guidance, but yes.
Okay, with all this talk about Omicron now, I mean, it's all over the news, and there's so much different information out there. And Dr. Park, what are you seeing for the symptoms of Omicron?
Yeah, so, I'm not seeing symptoms myself as I'm not involved in direct patient care, but what we're hearing from the CDC and nationally is that it is a milder disease from what we gather, less severity in hospitalizations. However, the sheer number of people infected with Omicron is so great that we are still experiencing increases in hospitalizations because of this variant. So it's just so highly contagious, and our case rates are so high that there are bound to be more people in the hospital from it. So we're hearing various stories about how maybe there's more sore throat and less of the loss of taste and smell. Many of the other symptoms are quite similar, though, as far as fever, cough, fatigue.
Okay, and you just mentioned something that's interesting, because I know CDC, the Dr. Walensky, she just came out and spoke about hospitalization, and according to the CDC, Dr. Walensky, up to 40% of reported COVID hospitalizations are due to other emergencies or medical emergencies. So, counting people in the hospital with COVID instead of because of COVID. How are we counting here in San Joaquin County? I mean, because, it's kind of misleading, and I mentioned this before to you, Mr. Diedrich, that are people going to the hospital because of COVID, or are you going there for whatever reason, then you automatically get tested, so now you're counting as a COVID case?
Supervisor Rickman, I'm familiar with the 40% that you discussed. I know on a CDPH call last week, it was mentioned that in California, 54% of the individuals that are COVID positive in the hospital are there for other conditions. And I know we took an attempt at this a couple months ago, looking at the attending physician or the primary and secondary diagnosis, and I think it is borne out that about 50% of those individuals that are counted as COVID hospitalizations are there for other issues, not because COVID brought them to the hospital.
Right, and I think that's, I think that's very, very relevant to, putting the public at ease or letting the, again, transparency, full accountability. And there was an article from the Daily Mail UK on the 8th of this month that New York Hospital admitted that 42% of COVID patients were admitted for other reasons and tested positive for the virus only incidentally. And in New York City, rate is higher, with 51% of COVID patients admitted for other reasons. And another one from the CD director, that the overwhelming number, well, let's back up here. How many number of deaths have we had from Omicron here in San Joaquin County?
Dr. Park, I think it's in the order of 1,800.
From Omicron?
From COVID in general, but Dr. Park?
Yeah, thank you. Let me see if I can get some number for you, if you give me a minute, but why don't you continue while I ask my EPIs?
All right. Yeah, because
I don't have that in front of me.
Another stat that came out from the CDC, the director, that the overwhelming number of deaths, over 75%, occurred in people who had at least 4 comorbidities. And so, I mean, I think that's, again, full transparency, full accountability. You hear about people, you hear in the news, people go in the hospital with COVID and they pass away. And, hey, every life is precious, but, what are you seeing with the comorbidities? Is it obesity? Is it diabetes? The public should, be aware of those. And let's see here. And my last question, Chair, then I'm going to turn it back over to you. I'll yield my time. But what did your guys' take on this? At least what I've read, they're talking about this new variant, the Omicron, that there's a possibility 60% of the population, will get the thing. And again, it's occurring not just in the vaccinated, right? It's for people that had both shots and boosted, or they're still getting it. So what do you have to say about that?
Obviously, with Omicron, there's a lot more vaccine breakthrough cases, but I think the data also shows that those individuals fully vaccinated and boosted have robust protection against a severe illness, hospitalization, and death. But indeed, there's going to be a lot of natural immunity just because of the breakthrough infections and the amounts.
No, well, thank you. And so if that's the case, I mean, you look at these cities like Los Angeles, or even look at New York, with these mandates and restrictions, apparently that they don't work too well. I mean, if you have all the, hey, the masks and the vaccination, you can't go to the restaurants, all these other different archaic restrictions and mandates, apparently they're not effective if you're looking at some of these larger cities having these mass outbreaks, not just from the unvaccinated, but the vaccinated themselves. With that being said, thank you very much for your time, Dr. Park and Mr. Diedrich and Mr. Birch. I look forward to hearing what you have to say with monoclonal antibodies, and thank you, Chair, for your time.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, Dr. Park, I've read just the other day a report that this was on, I think, January 4th. In comparison, January 4th of 2021, there were 251,000 cases of COVID, and there were roughly 2,000 deaths. 1 year later, exactly, there was about 900,000 cases of COVID, and there was 2,300 deaths. So we saw an escalation in cases, and we saw a decline, which you could liken to those that have vaccinated, might be natural immunity, or as my recent experience with COVID Omicron, just very mild. It's a sinus infection, really, and 2-3 days later, it's pretty much gone. Was my experience, and many of those that I know, including in my family, that experienced it. So my question is, are we overwhelming the medical system, which was one of the main reasons why we entered into the health emergency orders? Do we see a reason why or the necessity to intubate anybody with these ventilators, which apparently I've read reports that say it's one of the worst things to do, is about a 50% or more mortality rate. So I'm kind of curious, what do we do, or how are we dealing with this, and what would be the reasons why anybody needs to be hospitalized? Could you give an experience, what we're experiencing, maybe share with us what we're experiencing and why it might be necessary, why anybody is put into the hospital?
Yes, thank you. And I believe Director Birch has some numbers for hospitalizations to share with you as well. But in the county as well as the state, we are seeing an increase definitely in the number of hospitalizations. The other issue is that staffing. It's not that there's necessarily a shortage, but that there's many who are calling out sick and need to isolate or quarantine themselves. So we're seeing this across the county, across the state. Definitely there are some with Omicron who we believe are getting very sick and are probably experiencing respiratory failure to the point of intubation. But it's very hard to know, so I think time will tell when we look at our numbers. It's hard for me to say, okay, there's somebody currently intubated at St. Joe's. Does he have Delta or does he have Omicron? The feeling is that with the state being at 80% or more Omicron, likely many of the people in hospitals intubated have Omicron. But do I have the actual numbers? No, because we don't have real-time whole genome sequencing on every patient in a hospital, and we don't know their conditions all the time. We do receive reports from hospitals, and sometimes it doesn't tell us that the person in the hospital is intubated or not. It might say that the person was vaccinated, but we don't always know the condition of that person, so it would not be an accurate count if we were to try to count that.
Thank you, Dr. Park. And question for you on that vein. What is the trigger as to why somebody's intubated? Is it an oxygen level thing? Again, I'm reading reports that people should not be intubated. There's a high mortality rate. People should be placed on their stomach. There should be other, it could be oxygen, but anything other than intubated as much as possible. What's the trigger that we have in our process and procedure that necessitates intubation?
Well, I don't know of the specific triggers that each of our acute care hospitals would use, but in general, it would be somebody who has failed positive pressure air, such as CPAP or some other ventilatory methods that are giving them high pressure oxygen, but still not able to ventilate them enough. So oxygen levels are low, and the person is going into respiratory failure and unable to create that muscular effort to breathe on their own. So, I can't speak for every hospital and every ICU intensivist doctor as to what triggers they use, but in general, it's respiratory failure that would cause us to need to intubate. And so we definitely know that once somebody is intubated, their survival rate goes down. It's just a sign that they're very ill. And so we know that the mortality goes up in people who are intubated. In general, it just means that they are on a downhill course to begin with, and that's why the mortality rate is high in those folks.
Okay. Thank you. I believe that answers my question. But the one question I'm throwing out to perhaps Director Dietrich or Mr. Birch is, are we overwhelming our medical system at this time? Where are we at as far as occupancy?
See if I can get my mic to work here. Supervisor Patty, through the chair. Our current hospitalizations are at 195 patients hospitalized with COVID, and that's up since we had 91 on January 1st. We're at 195 today, or as of yesterday. 44 patients are COVID positive in the ICUs. And I do have my slide. I can show you a little bit later on the graph on total hospitalizations. The hospitals remain busy, and they have throughout the pandemic. I think you're correct. Now that we're further into the pandemic, we're 2 years in, this is our fourth surge. There are a lot more patients in hospitals that are not there for the treatment of COVID, but were identified as COVID positive because they're coming in for other surgeries, hip surgeries or other treatments that are required at the hospitals. So we're seeing more of that. The hospitals have really shown their resiliency to be able to, to provide services throughout all 4 of the surges that we've had. Last winter was the most stressful on the medical system overall. They did require a lot of staffing support, which we were able to help provide. The state was able to help provide, through the federal resources and such. You're not hearing a lot of requests for staffing from the hospitals today as much as you did last winter. What all the hospitals are asking for, and I was on a statewide call earlier this week, and from LA County to Shasta, the one thing everybody's asking for is staffing waivers. And essentially, they have staff, but because of the nurse staffing ratios that they have to adhere to, they're not able to do team nursing where you would have maybe one RN supervising a staff of LVNs treating patients. And the federal and the state, for 2 years now, has refused to grant those staffing waivers. But that's what all the hospitals want. That's what all the hospital administrators want. That's what the California Hospital Association is lobbying the state to get, and they won't do it. It's the one rule, it's the one regulation the governor hasn't chosen to waive, bend, allow any flexibility on, and there's no rhyme or reason for it. I mean, that's to put a fine point on it. That's exactly what they want. The hospitals want that flexibility and staffing waivers, and maybe Mr. Culberson later can speak, more directly to that. But that's what I've heard across the board from our hospital administrators here in our county, and it's what I've heard from all my colleagues on every statewide call that I'm on. The state always says, "What do you need?" The answer is staffing waivers, every single time, and the state won't provide it.
And just let me interrupt for clarity. What exactly is a staffing waiver? I know you touched on it lightly, but explain to me what a staffing waiver is.
So I can't give you an exact timeline, but for at least 10 years, if not longer, the hospitals have been an imposed staffing requirement of a certain percentage of registered nurses for patients. And I think, Dave, maybe you can speak to actually what the ratios are. This is more your world than mine. And it's those staffing ratios of how many registered nurses I have to have for each patient in the hospital that the state won't waive.
Yes, Supervisor Patty, to the chair. Sure. As Mr. Birch points out, the staffing waivers we have requested and actually have received on occasion have to do with the mandatory staffing ratios we have. Typically in the ICU, staffing is 1 to 2, 1 nurse to 2 ICU patients. It's 1 to 3 for a little bit better, a higher functioning patient, and generally 1 to 4 on the med surg units. And those are really based on patient's condition, the diagnoses, those kind of things. And so what we have asked, and I think one of the things Dan's reflected here is the attempts by the hospital industry to achieve these waivers have basically gone nowhere for a couple of years now, almost the entire. We had it early on for maybe the 6 months, let's say from March maybe to September of 2020, there was a waiver granted, but there's not been any granted since then. And I think that's one of the big challenges we have right now is we do request those waivers. If you may recall, there is potentially a fine hospitals face by not meeting those waivers. That was a bill signed in the governor. I think that was effective January 1st last year. So that's a big piece that we're working on. I think the other thing is we have acknowledged that because of the nationwide nature of the COVID epidemic right now, and the surge really seems to be nationwide, there really aren't a whole lot of extra nurses available through the traveler agencies, through our own staff. And so that's a big challenge we have. And then also the thing that we are seeing is our own staff are going out. And with the requirement of going back and essentially, if I am positive, to being sequestered, be isolated, quarantined, whatever the case may be, we're having more trouble discharging our patients. In our case, we know certainly the CDCR has been a little bit more reluctant to take their patients back. Nursing homes are having problems. Their staff are out, so there really are fewer discharge options right now. The good news, I think Dr. Park and Craig and Dan will say, we do believe the Omicron surge will be shorter lived than the other 3 surges we've had, but it is going to be a challenge for the next, let's say, the next 3 to 4 weeks at all hospitals.
So, Director Culberson, what would a waiver look like? It would allow just more patients per nurse. Is there a number that people are asking for? They're just asking for a blanket waiver of the mandate.
Yeah, if I recall, Supervisor Patty, the waiver all hospitals received, as I referenced earlier in 2020, was basically that those mandates are discharged. They're not in effect at all. We still have to provide good care at hospitals. As I mentioned, nursing and all of the professions in a hospital are very knowledge-based, very knowledge-intensive based. And so for us to have people that are knowledgeable to do the things we have to have, it's just that there would be no imposition of a fine in no citation by the state if such a waiver were obtained.
Okay, thank you. I think I had a follow-up question, but I think you've got more information to share. So at this time, Chairman, I'll save any questions I have for later.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick comment or question to Dr. Park. My understanding is the virus seems to have a pattern that it maybe oftentimes begins in the East Coast and then travels west. And when it gets to, for example, California, it seems to go from the south to the north. Is that continuing to be true with Omicron?
Yes, absolutely. You know, when it first came out of Africa, where it was first noticed, we saw it in New York and New Jersey, UK and Denmark, and then soon after the United States and the East Coast. And as with other variants, it did travel across the country to the west, and generally in California, hit Southern California first and then moves up northerly.
So I guess my question would be, does that give us kind of some advance information in regards to what to expect and therefore allow us to better prepare in regards to resources or therapeutics or whatever it happens to be? Does that give us kind of an edge or at least some kind of breathing room, so to speak, before it actually lands?
Yes, indeed, it does. Because we've been through this before and we know that's the way these variants tend to travel. However, with this particular variant, its doubling time is 2 days. So it really is coming from Southern California to Northern California very swiftly. But we did know that once we saw it in LA, Orange County, and down San Diego, that it would be here very soon. And it is. There was time to prepare even when it was in New York and New Jersey. So we knew this was coming. And as I said, we tried to beef up our test sites, and get further prepared. With Southern California being hard hit right now and claiming to be at 80-90% levels of Omicron, we know we'll be there soon. And that's why I mentioned those parameters when it comes to choosing which monoclonal antibody to use in our hospitals, because we know we'll soon be at those same levels.
Okay, thank you. And then following up on Vice Chair Rickman's comments in regards to the quarantine, I guess a couple things struck me in regards to the comments by Dr. Walensky. In one of her, I guess, press conferences, she had mentioned in regard to the 10 to 5 that one of the considerations, which was kind of along the lines of what we talked about for, well over a year, is the impact upon the total picture as opposed to just the health care in regards to economic, those types of things. And then the other comment she made was kind of along the lines of, well, that's all the public would tolerate, because apparently in her comment, only about 30% of those who are quarantined actually quarantine. So that's 70% who'd ignore it. And I guess her thought was that you might as well, set a number of 5, which would be more applicable for those who may not hold up or at least quarantine for 10 days. And the reason I bring it up is, as Vice Chair Rickman touched upon, there is a change, and I think there's more and more information in regards to some of the arguments that we've made, back to 2020 that are starting to be recognized across the board. And I guess to kind of touch upon that, I did pick off a study from the COVID-19 Resource Center, and the primary author was Ezekiel Emanuel, who is Rahm Emanuel's brother. And Rahm Emanuel is famous from President Obama as far as never let a crisis go to waste. But in reading, and there were other doctors involved in this report, and I won't go into all the detail, although I probably will talk later with yourself and Dan in regard. But one of the things that he hits upon as far as four, I guess, points that he thinks would be advantageous to going back to normal, and I'll kind of combine them. Primarily, it's data or information. And as Vice Chair Rickman talks about is the numbers. And when we ask questions about, for example, the number of Omicron patients as opposed to Delta patients, or obviously the testing is just out of sight in regards to Omicron. But the one thing that I'm curious, well, I'll just make this point, I didn't ask a question, but when we talk about Omicron, it's always in terms of tests or positive tests. We don't talk about deaths. And that used to be a really focal point under Delta and previous viruses. And the only reason bringing that up is because I think it's important that we develop a system, a data collection system in the county to kind of break down so that when we're asked questions, and certainly when you're asked questions, or Mr. Diedrich or Director Birch, that we have some information to relay. And the reason I bring that up is because when we don't have the answers, oftentimes the public becomes, I won't say upset, but they're concerned. And also in the report from Dr. Emanuel is that he does talk in his report in regards to restoring the credibility of the public health system. And I think, obviously, that's something that we want to work on, and not just the public health system, but certainly the board, certainly the county, et cetera. So anyway, I appreciate your report in regards to it, and I look forward to addressing some of these issues. And for Mr. Culberson, who's left, and Dan, I think, one of the things that I would like to address in the future through this body and obviously through the board, and given direction to staff, is the efforts to, for example, as we talk about waivers, I think we need to really focus, and I've talked to Jolena, who's our legislative connection, with our lobbyists to find ways that we can work, for example, with the governor on his budget in regards to funding or resources available. And then the other part is maybe a collaboration through CSAC, I'll just take this particular issue as an example, to really have it addressed on a statewide basis. And I don't think it matters what side of the fence you're on as far as COVID, but I think all hospitals in all 58 counties are probably wanting this waiver to better address their lack of staffing. So I think that, this board has an opportunity to really weigh in on some of these issues and try to get the resources, or at least the capability, to address some of these issues more effectively than having CDPH just say no, because you're right, it makes no sense. I don't think David Culberson or any other administrator or any nurse or doctor would ever jeopardize the potential health and safety of their patients by virtue of allowing a larger ratio or higher ratio in regards to medical staff to patients. So anyway, just like that. So with that said, the comments, Dr. Birch, if you could go ahead and give us some more information on this.
Chairman, this is Dr.
Yes.
Parks, if I may.
Sure.
Just quickly, I just heard from my EPIs that to date there have been no Omicron deaths.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's good to know, because obviously, as Vice Chair Ribbon talks about, or anybody else, is we get asked the question and we don't have answers. I guess it doesn't look like we're very confident. So Thank you for that information. Okay. Ms. Birch?
I got just a couple of PowerPoint slides to go over. If I can figure out how to, there we go. So Dr. Park did a really excellent job in talking about the antiviral medications and what each one can do and not do. So what I want to talk about is availability in the county. So just prior to the beginning of the holidays, CDPH reached out to the medical health operational area coordinators and asked us for basically a game plan on how we wanted to distribute the short supply of antivirals that were going to be allocated to each of the operational areas. What we chose to do is we had some limits on what we could and couldn't do. What the state basically said is we had to utilize existing federally approved vaccination providers in order to distribute the antivirals. So that limited the scope of who we could distribute antiviral medications to. Talking with Dr. Schaefer and others and getting input, we wanted to make sure that we had distribution throughout the community, throughout the entire county, so people would have access to the antivirals. But because it's a prescription 5-day course of treatment, which is a traditional sort of prescription that a physician would write for a patient, rather than sending these to the hospitals, which typically don't do outpatient retail pharmacy, we chose to use the retail pharmacy systems that we currently had in the county. And so what we did is, of the total allocation given to the counties, we allocated 25% of our county allocation to Kaiser in their Kaiser pharmacy network, which is they have about 25% of the lives in San Joaquin County, so that was an estimate for us on how we would allocate to them. And then we took the other 75% and we allocated it to CVS and Rite Aid. And what you see on the list on the screen is the authorized pharmacies through those pharmacy chains that qualify to receive the antiviral medication. So we have pharmacies in Lodi, Manteca, Stockton, Tracy, and Stockton that are retail pharmacies through CVS or Rite Aid, and then Kaiser, through their pharmacy system, cover Manteca, Tracy, and Stockton through the allocation. So what I do know is, and I highlighted it, the pharmacies that are on Pacific Avenue, the CVS and the Rite Aid, I learned this actually just this morning from a patient, because the state didn't tell us whether or not they actually delivered, so we're not actually taking possession of the medications. The state is drop shipping them directly to the pharmacies. And the state hasn't told us, they said they've been allocated, but hadn't given us confirmation that they've been received. I just got confirmation this morning that patients were able to pick up their medications from those two pharmacies. We just responded today to the state of California with the next distribution, and we're only, and this is where, in my notes, of the mononupiravir, we're only getting 480 courses of treatment. That's the one that Dr. Park showed was 33%, about 35% effective. The Paxlovid, which is more than 85% effective, we're only getting 100 courses of treatment in the next round from the state of California. So a total of 580 courses of treatment. But the one that everybody's going to want, that's the highly effective one, we're only getting 100 courses of treatment. And so those are being distributed evenly across those pharmacies that you see before you in that distribution. I'm going to skip that slide since Dr. Park went over the background of the medications. So the other therapeutics that we're receiving are the monoclonal antibodies. And so this is the complete list of everybody who has received monoclonal antibody distribution through the medical health operational area system. Last summer, going into last year, the three big players, actually we had two big players. San Joaquin County Clinics and Dr. Capre was really the champion for monoclonal antibody infusion in this county. And every chance she gets, she tries to get her colleagues to join her, and she's had a hard time making that sell. myself, I've been trying to do the same, and so has Dr. Schaefer, and I know Dr. Park has as well. So our two big initial sources were actually the county hospital and the clinic system, and CDCR. We got CDCR on board early, working directly with their chief medical officer at the state and getting the monoclonal antibodies into the prison healthcare system. Because if we can keep the prisoners healthy, we can keep them out of the hospitals and takes the pressure off the hospitals. And so we worked really aggressively with CDCR here locally with California Healthcare Facility in the early days when we only had the bamlanivimab, and they did their own infusions in-house. They initially were doing them at the hospital. We got them to take that on in-house and do it in-house and prevent those patients from even needing to come over to the hospital and impacting San Joaquin General Hospital. And Dr. Capre and her team were very instrumental in helping us do that. The next entity that really came on board was Omnicare of Northern California, which is based in Lodi. They're essentially a specialty pharmacy that provides services to skilled nursing facilities and clinics. They also were very interested in the early days of monoclonal antibody therapy, and we were able to get resources to them. And as the bamlanivimab became more widely available, it became no longer a scarce resource, and pharmacies and hospitals and clinics could just order it. It was only in the last, I think, 6 months, maybe 8 months, that the federal government commandeered it all again and said it has to be allocated to the states. Prior to that, the pharmacies and the hospitals could just order it directly through AmerisourceBergen and have it dropped off like they would any other medication. So each of the hospitals had an allocation of bamlanivimab, and they were using it in their emergency departments on a case-by-case basis based on the provider that was working in the emergency department, the patient that came before them, and whether or not they felt that the patient should be treated. But they did start an infusion center where they were soliciting and marketing for outpatient treatment. The only one that was doing that was San Joaquin County Clinics. In the last year, that changed. Sutter Tracy and Sutter Gould Medical Foundation got involved in doing a infusion center in Tracy, and Kaiser Foundation, Kaiser Hospital Manteca, got heavily involved in doing an infusion center. They're originally going to do their Stockton clinic, but my understanding is they've done it all now through the Manteca Center for MAB therapy for their patients. So essentially, those are the only three facilities that are actually recruiting and taking referrals from community physicians for patients who would qualify for MAB therapy. San Joaquin County Clinics, Kaiser for their patients, and then Sutter Gould for their patients as well. Although all the hospitals have an allocation and can now give it to their emergency departments. But there hadn't been a lot of demand in the emergency departments for the Regeneron or the bamlanivimab. What you saw, and what my staff kind of calls the Joe Rogan effect, is people in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, are now asking and demanding and wanting the monoclonal antibody therapy, and they're putting pressure on the healthcare system to supply it. So now you're starting to get that supply and demand effect of people seeking it and wanting the medication for a variety of reasons. But now it's out there, so now people are asking us for medication. Unfortunately, because of where we're heading with Omicron, Regeneron and bamlanivimab are no longer as effective, and everybody wants sotrovimab. And so that now is a scarce resource. So the Sotro, so here is last week's, generally the last, I think it was, not every hospital lines up exactly on 7 days, but over the last week and a half or so, what you see here is who's administered monoclonal antibody therapy in the county. No one's given any bamlanivimab, and that essentially, I couldn't give that away if I wanted to. I've been trying. Nobody wants it. The physicians don't want the medication. We've been returning all of our allocations that the state gives us almost every week. We can't. Nobody wants it. Regeneron, some people were still using, and you can see here. Essentially, every hospital except Dameron didn't report, but every other hospital who had been receiving allocation had, in the last week, been administering both Sotro and Regeneron to patients. And you can see the numbers there. San Joaquin, General San Joaquin County Clinics did slightly less than Kaiser. Kaiser was a little bit more aggressive in getting it out. But right now, and my email has been going off pretty regularly in the last couple of days, every pharmacy, every hospital wants the Sotromab. Today, we just told the state we're going to distribute 48 courses of treatment they're giving San Joaquin County. So there's nowhere near the supply to meet the demand that our county's going to have right now. And so we just provided that information to the state. There's plenty of Regeneron if somebody wants it. And so that's one of the questions that Dr. Neely brought up. We had a MedMac call yesterday with the hospitals. Dr. Neely, who's the chief medical officer for St. Joseph's Medical Center, I think had a very astute question that we didn't have an answer for. And that is, of the patients that are currently hospitalized that require inpatient therapy, do they have Omicron or Delta? Because if they have Delta and people that are the sickest are getting sickest with Delta, then it makes sense to still use the Regeneron. But we don't know the answer to that question because we don't have the genome sequencing of the patients who are hospitalized, which is something I think that I asked the state CDPH for those numbers. They don't have them. I know Dr. Park is interested, and I think she's going to work with her EPI team to see if we can start hunting that down, because that'll, based on the treatments that we have that treat individual variants, it's very important that we know what variant's making the people the sickest. And the medical community is now asking, I think, some of the really right questions. Now we have to see if public health can provide them the right answers so they can start tailoring their treatments. So that's where that at. The state has now decided that bamlanivimab and Regeneron are no longer short supply, and so they're no longer giving us allocations and limiting how much we can ask for or distribute. So any hospital or infusion center who would like to have any of those, we can supply them essentially all they want. But the Sotro is still in very limited supply. Like I said, we're only getting in the next week 48 courses for the entire county of Sotro. So hospitalizations, we've been tracking since essentially last April, all of the hospitalizations and hospital admissions in the county. So this is all 7 hospitals, and you can see we're now in our 4th surge. And what a lot of people have referred to as the North Face surge is Omicron, straight up, straight down. Hopefully we follow suit and we have a much shorter period of time. With this particular surge, that's what's been happening, at least in South Africa, where it initially originated and how it's moved across, and hopefully that stays in. I try not to predict what this thing's going to do because I think most of our predictions have been wrong. So I just want to deal with facts, and right now we're heading straight up with hospitalizations. And then you'll see, and this is the 30-day chart, it gives you a little bit more granular detail. The red line is ICU admissions, or ICU COVID patients, and then the gray line is other hospitalizations for COVID. I know Supervisor Patty, you had a question about who would be ventilated and who wouldn't, and I think that's a great question. In the early days, and you can take this slide down if you want. So when the novel virus first appeared in 2020, the medical community had no real good answer on how to treat it. And so they went to what they knew and what we had. We didn't have any therapies, and so everything was supportive care. And because this was a respiratory virus and a respiratory illness that attacks the lungs, the initial treatment, which historically is what you would do to support someone's respiratory care, is to put them on a ventilator, take the burden off the body, and help the patient heal. What they realized as they learned more and more about COVID and COVID disease is that was not a good course of treatment. And so we wanted to keep people up. They learned that we don't want to put somebody on a ventilator unless they absolutely have to have it, right? So as a treatment, it was a bad treatment. So they backed off of, the intensivists backed off of utilizing ventilators as a treatment. The next modality that came in was really high flow oxygen. And so, and that was in very limited supply as well, because they're sending basically nasal cannula. In a typical nasal cannula, you'll do 6 liters per minute if on a pre-hospital call, just to help support. But we're talking really high flow, 30, 40 liters per minute through your nostrils of oxygen, and that requires special equipment that most of the hospitals didn't have. So all the hospitals scrambled. Last year, we were scrambling to get them those resources through the state and others, and so they got that modality, and that became working. Then we started getting our first actual medication treatments, and remdesivir was one of the very first ones that was available for inpatient only, and so it was limited to patients that were in the hospital that were admitted for COVID but weren't on a ventilator yet. So if you weren't on a ventilator, but you're heading that way, then the remdesivir was the treatment of choice. That initially became a very short supply. We were getting just a handful of remdesivir that we had to distribute to all the hospitals in the county. There was more demand than supply. That went on for probably about 6 months, and then the supply chain opened up, and then it became widely available. So the state no longer distributes that through us. Hospitals can just order that through pharmacies commercially and administer it. So that's the treatment of choice right now for inpatients that require therapy, is you have remdesivir. Patients with severe disease will still progress to needing a ventilator. They try to do everything they can to keep them off of the ventilator now. And so you'll see there's strategies for proning patients, moving them, trying to work the lungs and work the disease out of the respiratory tract as best you can. It's a lot of hands-on, and so you see a lot of the hospitals have been trying to buy specialty beds to prone patients and move patients, and it's all part of supporting that respiratory care of the patient that needs who has severe illness in the intensive care unit. So that's kind of really the background that I know of to share with you, and kind of a grand overview of the progression of this course of treatment with the hospitals, and kind of why things have shifted. And you're right, we don't want anybody on a ventilator if we can help it now. That's not a treatment of choice up front. But it still is required for patients that have severe disease and need that ventilatory support, because they're essentially going into respiratory failure. Thank you. So, any questions? I'd be happy to try to answer if I can. And
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Birch. That was very enlightening. I'm just ecstatic that we're actually talking about this after, 2 years of the pandemic, and you see what other states have done, and it's been effective in other states. And it just seems like it's now, not taboo anymore here in California, which is unfortunate. And like I said before, how many people's lives could been saved because of this medication that was available. And again, we've done a great job, and we still do. We have vaccines available, make vaccines available throughout their entire county for those who wish to have it. Again, a personal choice. But you mentioned the supply chain pretty much. If the state, or I guess what you were saying and what I've heard, the federal government has pretty much commandeered a lot of these, and they're holding on to it. Is that correct?
When it came to the monoclonal antibody therapy, Supervisor Rickman, the federal government stepped in and said it essentially took over the distribution of that therapy nationally. Right. So they decided at what state, how many courses of treatment would be sent to each state, and then it was up to each state then to distribute it, within their state. And in California, they would get an allocation, and then the CDPH would work with the medical health operational area coordinators to distribute it out to the counties. They would tell us how many courses of treatment they would send to the county based on county case rates. And we had no choice of whether we got 48 doses or 4,000 doses. The state just told us, here's what you're getting.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. Now, can we go directly to the manufacturer? Is that a possibility? I know other states have done that. We have ARPA funds that we could use to get.
I don't believe that any of the pharmacies could directly order it, because this.
What about the county?
Well, you have to go through a pharmacy system.
Oh, okay.
And I don't believe that anybody can go directly to the manufacturer, because the feds have intervened into the supply chain. at least when it comes to the monoclonal antibody therapies.
I mean, that's if it's the monoclonal antibodies, but you mentioned something with the antiviral pills that we can get that had a high success rate. Is the federal government also in the
Yes,
supply chain?
my understanding is
they're everywhere.
Both of the most effective treatments are being distributed through the federal government to the states, and then the states to the counties, and we have no ability to intervene in that directly. I mean, we can lobby the state and we can lobby the feds to change the rules, and we could probably lobby the manufacturers to try to increase the supply chain, but we can't jump in line and get it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You think the most powerful nation on earth, that we could do a little bit better when it comes to that. But then this begs the question, and I don't expect you to have the answer, but since you're in a position better than I am, why isn't the federal government using the procedure to boost production like they did with Moderna and Pfizer and J&J? What is it? There is some law that they can use.
Well, there's a Defense Production Act.
There you go.
Which a lot of people have asked them to do. Why the current administration hasn't done that, I could only speculate.
Is there any talk about what about public health or even our governor pushing our president, I guess, and our Congress folks to do exactly that?
And I think that would be, and Chairman Nguyen mentioned this earlier, I think that would be a good conversation for a study group to have with our legislative, with the county CAO and his legislative team on how we could start lobbying through CSAC and our other organizations for that kind of support. Because it really is going to take lobbying at the federal level to make the change.
I mean, but almost, God, it's just frustrating. Again, I keep on using that word, but, time is of the essence for a lot of this, and you get a committee together, and God knows how long, government committees take, like watching paint dry.
I'm pretty good at writing one-page letters. I could probably get one out for you, but we got to be able to sell it.
All the public health directors in the state of California all get together and pressure, our governor, who can pressure, something. But I'll leave that up to you. And real quick, and I'll end. Two more questions. I'll have one more, Chair, then I'm done. You just mentioned hospitalizations again. I would like said, and that Mr. Diedrich and I spoke to you countless of times, and you've heard about this from the CDC. You heard from New York. There was somebody from Stanford also. Let's see here. Associate Professor of Emergency Medicine at UCSF determined that 70% of COVID were in the hospital for other reasons. So when we mention hospitalizations, I would like to know, when we get these reports, how many are there because of actually COVID versus like what you talked about earlier, where they're going to get an operation, maybe they're asymptomatic and they got tested, now it's COVID, and they jump into the hospitalizations. But to the public, it looks like that, these people are rushed to the hospital because of COVID and getting treatment versus, hey, they're asymptomatic or maybe they had a runny nose or cold. And I just think it's very, very, very misleading to the public. Again, full transparency, full accountability. So that's what I would like to see. Thank you very much, Mr. Birch, Mr. Diedrich, Dr. Park, for being here again today. I know we've asked you tons of questions, and I always say this at the end or in the beginning that, we know the limitations on this board and limitations from you folks, that a lot of these orders and regulations and rules are coming from the state of the feds, and we just have to live with them even though they're not right. We believe they're not right, and that's why I've always been a huge advocate of local control. You too, and Dr. Park, know this community better than our governor does, knows it better than what our people up in Washington D.C. does, and so the treatment for our community should rest in hands to our our local officials, our local doctors, and our experts in our community. But with that said, thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Ringman. I wanted to add one note on the monoclonal antibody therapy. I didn't include it in my presentation because we're currently not receiving and distributing it. But Dr. Park talked about the UV shield which can be used for pre-COVID exposure. The state has prioritized sending all of those medications to the transplant centers. So the hospitals that are doing transplants, like heart transplants and such, they're the only ones that are receiving that particular medication, so they can give it to their very, very high-risk patients prophylactically.
All right.
So I just wanted to make that note of that because I forgot to include that in my notes, but because we're not distributing it, but I wanted to share that with you so you were aware.
Well, thank you. And again, I forgot to mention, if you would find a way, or not find a way, I mean, because lives do depend on it, to inform the public of what we talked about today, what's available, where it's available. If we can do it for the, I mean, my God, you can't turn around without seeing a picture of a needle or, a vaccination. Why isn't it the same for monoclonal antibodies and some of the treatments, so people can get educated? They can get that treatment that they need. Because again, like I said, I've had people had no clue that that was even possible. So if we could find a way to do that, I appreciate it. So thank you.
Just touch upon what Vice Chair Rickman said. Actually, I think the government now is buying a lot of these treatments through third parties, not even from the manufacturer. They're going through businesses now that had nothing to do with healthcare a year ago, that are now becoming the middlemen, so to speak. So as you know, if it goes through another layer, the costs are going to go up. So anyway, but you're right, and those are things. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Real quick, I just have a question to float out, I think, through the chair to Dr. Park and Mr. Birch. So a little bit concerning when you look at these approved treatments, the number of allocation coming to San Joaquin County seems pretty low. That would be fair, right? I mean,
Yes, sir, I'd agree with that.
Tens or dozens. I mean, it's not a lot. We don't have thousands coming in. So that said, and noting that, this, whether you've been vaccinated or not and boosted and et cetera, people are still getting Omicron. I would invite, I would ask, I would encourage, and I'm inquiring as to what other promotion we might be able to take to support some of the treatments that have been featured, and there have been vast levels of testimonial on the effectiveness of things like ivermectin, even hydroxychloroquine. And there was a recent study that 1 year ago I talked about sitting up in Sacramento on a weekend going through a symposium on this, but they talked about fluoxetine, which is commonly found in Prozac, all having exceptional results. Now, given the fact that we have such limited number of treatment that's approved, and I might float out and suggest that the upwards of $2,000 treatment that is approved is in limited supply, but the $10 treatment of ivermectin or fluoxetine, again, commonly found in Prozac, that $10 treatment, we have a vast amount of testimonials suggesting that it's working and quite effectively. So I'm wondering and inquiring and suggesting that while we may not have what's been vastly approved but available through limited supply, might we be better served protecting lives, looking out for our citizens, which is our number one task and responsibility? Might we be well served if we were promoting and with a disclaimer expressing that, there are things that are approved but not available. There are things that are not approved, however commonly used, and they're not risky drugs. They've been on the market for, in some instances, decades. So could we offer an alternative, and are we promoting that? Are we having that conversation? And Director Dietrich, you might also have answers from us to talk about it, for us to talk about it and understand that they have limited supply of the $2,000 treatment, but there's an abundance of the $10 treatments that are working quite effectively, again, in many cases, highly documented by doctors, by people, by clinicians, by a Yale doctor that my friend directly dealt with and is successfully using it. So what can we offer? Because these are people's lives.
This is people's family members. These are people that we all know that we need to look out and protect. I'm just floating this out there. What can we do knowing that there are alternative possibilities?
Supervisor Patty, I would just state that this is actually a medical clinical decision with a doctor for an off-label use, but Dr. Park's on the line. I have seen some stuff. I don't even know if physicians are is it a risk to their medical license if they do some of these things in California?
Dr. Park, through the chair.
Yes, I would agree with Director Diedrich that this is a clinician's decision-making that they could discuss with their patient. We do not promote medications that do not have that FDA approval yet. Some of the medications that have been touted have been not proven in studies to be efficacious, and some, although maybe not disproven, are still not completely confirmed to be efficacious. So perhaps as these medications are studied more or looked at, they will gain that FDA approval. But in the meantime, I think that's just a decision between a patient and their doctor.
Okay, thank you very much. That answers my question. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions of Mr. Birch?
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I was going to ask our county council to do a presentation. I think, to be honest with you, in light of the hour, I would say, keep it loaded, ready to go. And to be honest with you, I think because obviously we've had limited attendance, it was an opportunity when the question arises, I think you all have the information to provide to this board in regards to, and the issue that I asked Miles to talk about is in regards to resolutions or legislative action in regards to our authority as compared to either the state or federal government. And he did some excellent research, so we'll save that for another time just because of the hour. So moving on, so we've got the essentially the consent. Anyone wishing to pull anything off the consent calendar? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Chairman, as I mistakenly thought that we were going to be reviewing the appointments for our committee assignments, I would request that we pull number 3.
That's fine. And we're also pulling number 1. Okay. Where's Patty? You're up.
You want me to go after?
Well, based upon your previous comment, you have a conflict, so it's just a question of what that conflict is and how we can resolve that.
Yeah, I did have a question. I guess, County Council, if you recall the question I had for the assignments, if I have a conflict and unable to attend one of the, what I believe would be an evening meeting, does that pose any risk to me as supervisor for an ethic violation or dereliction of duty?
Well, I think it's better, the better question is, now that the topic is being discussed, is it better to just relieve you of that assignment and plug you in someplace else on the assignment list? And then that way it obviates that question altogether.
Okay. But then under that, with that consideration, to our chairman, I would suggest and request, I believe, unless I've got this wrong, but the Medical Executive Committee, is that, as I believe it is, the evening class, the evening meeting that we have with San Joaquin Healthcare?
You're thinking about the health plan of San Joaquin.
Health plan, right. That's not it?
No, the medical executive meets at 7 on Tuesday mornings.
Okay, so then I'm clear. Then I guess that's clear. I don't have a conflict. I don't have an evening.
You've been on it before. You've served on it before, so that's the same committee you served on previously. It's a morning meeting, not an evening.
All right, that was a concern I had. And then lastly, I did ask to stay on LAFCO if it were possible, but I'm not on there, so that's fine unless there was a reconsideration for that. But thank you. I thought that was the conflict. That was the big issue.
Oh, well, unless I read your request On your application, you'd indicated that you didn't want to be on LAFCO, but that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah, no, I had given word that I mistakenly said no. I thought there might be, and that's fine.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Very good.
Chair?
Yes.
If he wants to, I know I'm on LAFCO. If he wants to take it from me, I don't have a problem.
And that's up to you two. If you want to switch, that's fine. But I
want LAFCO?
I'll take LAFCO.
All right.
Okay.
Have LAFCO.
We can make that.
I'll stay there. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
All right, not a problem. So, clerk of the board, let that be the revision on that particular assignment. Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay, then I need a motion and a second on everything except item 1.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify for the record and for the board that consent item number 1 is actually being pulled from consideration.
Right.
We'll come back on January 25th.
Right.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote. And that passes 5-0. All right, thank you very much. Okay, moving to morning meetings, conduct a public hearing in regards to consider the Tracy Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan.
Okay. Could you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Director Balaji. I know you're not here personally.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Wynn. Congratulations. And this is Chris Balaji, your Director of Public Works. And I should also have Mr. Fritz Buckman, who is quarantining himself. He's also joining me by phone. Fritz, are you there?
Director Balaji, this is Rochelle. I still do not see Fritz on the call. I'll reach out to him and make sure that he's able to connect.
That's fine. All right. Let's get started. Good morning, Chairman Wynn and board members. The item before you is a public hearing for the Tracy Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan, for the GSP. As you know, in 2014, California enacted the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. We call it the SGMA, which required the formation of groundwater sustainability agencies, GSAs, who are responsible to develop and adopt groundwater sustainability plans, GSPs, by January 31st of 2022 for high and medium priority groundwater basins. The SGMA requires GSPs to result in sustainable groundwater use within 20 years and provides GSAs with the authority to collect fees and conduct enforcement actions to implement the GSPs. The Tracy Subbasin encompasses roughly 1/3 of the county southwest of the San Joaquin River, and it is designated as a medium priority subbasin. Pursuant to the requirements of SGMA, the county formed a GSA for a portion of the Tracy Subbasin. Banta Carbona Irrigation District, Byron Bethany Irrigation District, Stewart Tract, and the cities of Lathrop and Tracy also formed GSAs with the Tracy Subbasin, and collectively the 6 GSAs are referred to as the Tracy Subbasin GSAs. The Tracy Subbasin GSAs executed a Memorandum of Agreement, MOA, to coordinate development of a single GSP for the entire Tracy Subbasin. The GSP is due to DWR no later than January 31st, 2022. The GSP was collaboratively developed by the 6 GSAs with input from local stakeholders and the public. This input was received through monthly public meetings, workshops, and public comment periods. A draft GSP was released for public review and comment from August 6th of 2021 through September 6th, 2021, during which time the GSAs received 3 comment letters which were incorporated into the GSP as appropriate. This GSP includes 2 management areas. The Delta management area overlies the Delta where there is negligible groundwater use and therefore no management actions are necessary to make groundwater use sustainable. The water budget developed for the non-delta management area indicates a net overdraft of approximately 800 acre-feet per year for the upper aquifer and about 100 acre-foot per year for the lower aquifer. The Tracy Subbasin GSP proposes 2 GSA projects with a total estimated cost of $6 million that are expected to provide more than enough additional recharge to address the projected overdraft. The good news is the grant funds are anticipated to be available for these projects, and the local match will be provided through the GSAs responsible for project delivery, which are the Banta-Carbona Irrigation District and the City of Tracy. So the plan has been approved by all other Tracy Subbasin GSAs. Once your board approves the plan today, the county's water resources manager, as the plan manager, will submit the GSP to the California Department of Water Resources by the January 31, 2022 statutory deadline. This concludes my presentation, Chairman Nguyen. The staff recommends that the board open the public hearing to receive any comments from the public, close the hearing and bring the item for any discussion, questions, or comments from your board, and consider approving a resolution to adopt the Tracy Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan and to authorize the County of San Joaquin's Water Resources Manager as the plan manager to submit the GSP to the California Department of Water Resources. I believe, Fritz may have joined by now, and we're available to address any of your questions after the public hearing is opened and closed.
Okay. Fritz, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
Any additional comments?
Not at this time. No thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Mayor, I just have one quick one.
Okay, go ahead.
This is just a real quick one. I mean, it looks like the basin's in good shape. I mean, I read through the whole entire document, and one of the questions I have, it's on on page ES8 under Water Budget, Chapter 7. This is the non-delta management area shows the historic water budget to be in slight surplus, but the projected water budget with climate change shows a slight deficit. What does climate change include? Or is it trying to forecast, precipitation per year? Is that what they're talking about? They're taking a guess of how much participation in the upcoming years?
Supervisor Rickman, through the chair. The climate change takes into account the sea level rise, the drought and deluge cycles that we go through, and other things that represents the land use and the water consumption, those kinds of stuff. As the report mentions, the delta management area has very little groundwater use, so that would be much easier to manage. Actually, Fritz, do you have anything more to add?
Yeah, the climate change assumptions are based on the 15-year planning horizon for the plan that's required by BWR. And then the plan is required to result in sustainable groundwater use within 20 years, but that's within a 15-year planning horizon. So, there is some incremental climate change that, effects that happen over a 20-year plan duration.
All right, thank you. It was just more of a curiosity just to see exactly what they meant by climate change. And so thank you both very much. It's a very thorough report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions? No? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? I'll close the public hearing.
Chairman Nguyen?
Yes.
If I may just real quick, I do want to confirm there are no written public comments for this, but I did receive 2 public comments for the COVID discussion. I apologize I didn't interrupt you before we moved on. Those do appear to have been received before the discussion was completed.
Okay. Thank you. What we'll do is we'll finish this item and then go back to it. Thank you. Okay, close public hearing. Any other further comments from the board? Okay, need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
All right.
Chairman, as we vote, I'd just like to commend your work on behalf of Chris Balaji and Mr. Buckman and everybody else, the effort that it took to put all this together is amazing and fantastic, and a collaborative effort by many competing agencies. So great job. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the comment, and certainly it rests with Public Works, but, you know, I was on the other side, the East San Joaquin, which had 16 GSAs as opposed to 6, and we had a year less to prepare, so it was a greater challenge, but nonetheless, this is an accomplishment. Now it covers the entire county, so thank you, Tom. All right, so it is adopted 5-0. Thank you all very much. Moving on to the next item.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So now we have a presentation in regards to redistricting at the state level. Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle, go ahead. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you wanted to wait till the end, but I'll go ahead and read them now real quick. And the second comment came in by Rochelle Cole and writes, I was cut off at the 250 words and I wanted to direct this last comment to Kathy Miller. Hello, Kathy. Not sure if you are aware, but you can take that useless cheetah mask off. The CDC stated that cloth masks are inefficient and basically a petri dish for bacteria. Stop the fear mongering. Try doing some research. The second comment came in anonymously and writes, BOS, do you realize that the PCR tests are faulty? It was in the news. The CDC admitted it. CDC tests unable to differentiate between cold, flu, or COVID. Can't identify COVID, Delta, moronic, or another con. There have been countless reports that COVID cases are up amongst the jabbed. What are they jabbing everyone with? The gain of function Fraducci virus. Nurse confirms everyone who has had the vaccine is a ticking time bomb for cancer and other illnesses. Fake pandemic didn't kill people. Imposed hospital protocols did. I will provide article. They are giving remdesivir to patients in hospitals. Remdesivir and ventilator. The remdesivir damages the kidneys and fluids accumulate, especially in the lungs. Next is a ventilator because it becomes impossible to oxygenate the body. This is another Fraducci protocol. There are treatments to prevent hospitalizations, but they have been trying to hide them. That's why this is only authorized under EU. Wake up, this is all done by design. This is a global holocaust. Thank you, Chairman. That concludes the comments.
Thank you. All right. Now, good afternoon. I'm Glenn.
Good afternoon.
All right.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. The purpose of today's meeting is to provide an update on the state redistricting map efforts.
Microphone, please.
Is that better?
Which one? Right here? Yeah. Okay, I'll advance them.
At the end of December, the California Redistricting Commission approved the final maps for Assembly, Senate, and Congressional districts. When we last met at the board on October 7th, the Board of Supervisors voted to recommend draft maps to the Commission. San Joaquin County also submitted a narrative and provided a presentation to the Commission with our recommendations. We will go over the newly adopted state maps with a side-by-side depiction of the county recommended maps along with the final state maps. What you will find overall is our efforts were successful. As noted during the last presentation, the county worked hard to ensure receiving public input before submitting maps or providing testimony at the Commission hearings. This included the formation of the advisory group led by Chair Nguyen and Vice Chair Rickman, conducting an online survey, a phone survey, conducting 3 public outreach meetings throughout the county to ensure we received input from both the southern portions of the county as well as the northern portions of the county, and attending various community forums. In total, since July, staff spent approximately 500 hours on this effort. Now we get to the maps. The first map we are going to review are the Assembly District maps. So for each map, you will find the county recommended map to the left from the October workshop, and then you will find the final approved state map on the right side. So if we go to that side where Glenn's first seeing, the right side of the maps are the final state maps. Previously, San Joaquin County was split into 3 assembly districts. The county proposed 2 assembly districts with one on the western side, Assembly District 13, which can be found in blue, and one on the eastern side, Assembly District 9, which can be found in orange. We are happy to say the final Assembly District maps are very similar to our county recommended maps, with the addition of swaths of other counties in Assembly District 9. Assembly District 9 in orange primarily consists of portions of San Joaquin County and also includes portions of Calaveras, Amador, Sacramento, and Stanislaus counties. This district consists of the whole cities of Ripon, Manteca, Lodi, and Escalon. This district splits San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Sacramento counties to balance population while considering communities of interest to put a smaller agricultural communities together with foothill communities of Amador and Calaveras. Assembly District 13 in blue consists of portions of San Joaquin County and the whole cities of Stockton and Tracy and includes Mountain House and French Camp. This district links the Central Valley with communities that border the Delta to the west. These communities are bound together by shared waterways and similar commuting patterns. So now we move on to the second map, which is the State Senate District map. Existing State Senate District map is often held as the example of what the community would like for new districts because it primarily represents most of our county. The county proposed a similar map as the existing Senate map to the State Commission, which can be found to the left, to ensure the district boundaries are still primarily comprised of San Joaquin County. Ultimately, the state approved a similar configuration, which is primarily comprised of our county, but also included portions of Alameda County, which can be found over to what Glenn will highlight here.
There we go.
So that piece of Alameda County. And it excluded the small portions of Sacramento County and Stanislaus County that were previously included. So you might wonder why Alameda County was included. The commission believed that this portion of Alameda County had issues in common with Tracy and San Joaquin County regarding transportation needs and work on the ACE train and other transportation projects. In addition, the commission noted that since many residents of our county commute to the Bay Area, including this area in the Senate District made sense. Now we move to the final map, which is the congressional district map. The county proposed a new congressional district, which is to the left, which would include most of San Joaquin County with the exception of a portion of Mountain House. And while we would have liked to keep the county whole, this was necessary in order to meet the population requirements for a congressional district. This county recommended map addressed the concerns from the community and the request that we heard overall, which was to have one congressional district representative. We are very happy to report the commission's final adopted map, which can be found on the right, includes all of San Joaquin County, except for Lathrop and the unincorporated southern parts of Tracy, which are now in Congressional District 13. It also includes small portions of Contra Costa and Stanislaus County. This district connects the valley communities of southern San Joaquin County with the northeastern part of Stanislaus County. Previous iterations had all of San Joaquin County except for Ripon for the congressional district map, and there was significant advocacy from the city of Ripon to get them back into the county district. We also wanted to mention that once live line drawing started to occur in December, there were several different iterations of the maps for the congressional district, one of which proposed 3 congressional districts for San Joaquin County. It was only after significant public comment from San Joaquin residents and Chair Wynn that the commission went back to this iteration, which is pretty close to 1 congressional district for San Joaquin County. And that last point is an important one. With the various public comment efforts at the commission hearings, the commissioners heard our county's voice and they changed the maps ultimately. So we are very pleased to see this. We would like to thank the incredible work of the entire team and the partnerships we had with the community. This includes the work of Chair Wynn and Vice Chair Rickman, who headed the advisory group, the advisory group members themselves, especially the Business Council, our amazing project manager, Glenn Fowler, who supported both the supervisorial and state redistricting efforts, redistricting partners, and the help of various county departments, including community development and Dave Bollinger, who helped with the maps, ISD with website assistance, county council for their guidance, purchasing, and ROV, to name a few, and our legislative advocates, Paul Yoder and his team, who helped us monitor many of the commission hearings. They're quite long in length, as we're all very familiar with. And finally, and most importantly, we cannot thank the community enough for their input, because this effort would not have been as successful without their input. So thank you, and with that, we'll turn it back over.
Thank you. I would have to say that was a phenomenal effort by certainly you and Jelena and Glenn and the community at large, certainly Vice Chair Rickman. I think, to be honest with you, I think we surpassed my expectations when we first entered into consideration in regards to coming together for those particular state races and the congressional race. So it was a job well done. Certainly appreciate all the efforts for all of you. And I don't think we could have done a better job considering all the aspects, whether it be the online survey, the telephone comments, et cetera, and certainly in collaboration with the Business Council and other groups that participated in our community advisory. So with that, I want to thank you all, and then Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just reiterate what you said. I mean, hey, great job. You know, it was a pleasure working with you on this endeavor. Man, what was my name? You're a senior.
I'm what?
No, what was the name? Senior. What was it? You told me not to call you senior
statesman.
Senior statesman, or senior statesman.
I've been called a lot of things.
No, hey, great job chairing that, and you know, you two should be proud. And it was just a huge lift, and you know, kudos to you two, our CAO, the San Joaquin County, the whole team, our residents in San Joaquin County. You know, we fought, and we, you know, and it sounded like at times we were in the underdogs, and you know, we were going, and it just wasn't, you know, local. It was throughout the entire state, and everybody had different competing interests. But at the end, we got, and our community got most of what it wanted. So thank you both and our team very much. Again, you should be hugely proud. I know I'm proud of you both and of this county, of what we've accomplished. So thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair to our CAO, as a former auditor, did we keep track of how many hours we put into this? Because it was as Ms. Hatif notes, there was a lot of agencies, a lot of community outreach and community participation. I was just kind of curious if we kept a tab of the seemingly, I would say, endless hours of listening and watching and monitoring and staying on top of the process.
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, we did, and as you may recall, and I want to commend these folks too, and also the supervisors who were on this. I weaved in and out of it. I was not an active part of the role as everybody else was. Very impressed with how this thing came about. I want to also point out that we scrambled, and I have an email that I sent you all back in the beginning, I believe, of July, and we really hit the ground running. Mr. Fowler grabbed the things and kind of layered it into what he was doing for the supervisorial, and we got moving pretty quickly. To answer your question, 500 hours approximately is what we had used in staff time, and I'm not sure if that included Mr. Fowler's time or not.
That was Jolena and my time.
It was, okay. So that's approximately what we...
Yeah, considering Glenn was with us the majority of the time.
And I know we had to bring on a couple other consultants as well to get all the software and everything else online to be able to pull some of that together. And we did send purchase orders out for that.
Do we know what our total cost may have been to do all of that with 500 hours and then softwares and all that?
Yeah, so our staff time, essentially what it totaled was about $15,000 approximately for Jolena and myself. Jen's contract for the state redistricting efforts was approximately $42,000, and then the consultant that did the work on the online and phone survey was approximately $28,000.
Excellent. Well, I would just commend it. It was great results. Some supervisors were a little more hands-on. I was listening and catching a lot of the hearings. It was interesting. It was a great process. I have to commend California for adopting the commission process as it relates to the state and the congressional. But also on a note, Ms. Betty Wilson was I've just listened to her constantly talking, chiming in, reminding, engaging, and you know, there was many others. I know we had a presentation from one person, Blaine Bibb, and he's remained active and involved through the Stockton Chamber of Commerce and others to see this through and to help support what the surveys and what all of the gathered information for the communities of interest were. So I think it was a great and a fantastic reflection of, you know, I think we were responsible for engaging. A lot of counties and cities didn't, and they may not have liked what they got. But this county engaged for that community of interest. I was talking to Farm Bureau members yesterday, the director over there, and they were very pleased. They were engaged. They were satisfied that we have a regional representation, agriculture, water, some of their most paramount issues. They're very, very happy with the effort done by all, and you know, kudos to everyone. The effort and the collaborative support that we're given, and really the actual, you know, actualizing and engaging the public to speak out and to make sure for us to make certain that their voice was heard. So wonderful job, thank you, and particularly. In addition, thank you, Betty Wilson, on behalf of the Stockton Business Council for the level of engagement she had representing San Joaquin County's interest, not just the city of Stockton, but the county. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I may add to that through the chair, we really appreciated Betty. She constantly had communication with us as well, so we wanted to take that moment out to especially thank the Business Council in addition to all of the organizations that participate in this process, just because she was such a key player. And Jolene isn't here today, but I also want to thank her for her efforts as well, so that's important. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say what a great job you guys did. I mean, with huge cost savings, but more important than that, I think it was really the result that the board was after. It was a careful process that included really reaching out to the public, soliciting, not just from the folks that showed up, but soliciting on that poll from a wide variety of people across this county. And to anyone who's not 100% satisfied with these maps, and it's hard to get everyone satisfied, I would simply say I think these are the very best maps we could have got that were the reflection of what the public told us they wanted to see. And I think that's really important. It wasn't, I mean, I think some of the maps, those boundaries could have shifted, but we did hear from the public, and we did really honestly try to respond to that. So I would really like to thank both of you and Jolena and everyone who participated, our supervisors who assisted. It was a real team effort, and I think these maps show that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Supervisor Villafuda.
Yes, I want to thank you guys also. Great team effort. I know that very controversial. Everybody's had their own opinion, and I think it was good teamwork for everyone. Jolena involved, everybody. I think we saved a lot of money too. So great job.
Thank you. Thank you both. And pass it on to Jolena, and certainly Jay, thank you for your accommodation of your staff. I know it was a challenge for you considering all the things going on in your office. So
you're very welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next item, in regards to the local hire agreement. Mr. Miles.
Through the chair, Supervisor Patty had asked whether it's possible for the county to adopt an ordinance promoting local hire for county projects and prioritizing the hiring and training of apprentices. There's always a risk involved with the adoption of local employment ordinances because they generally discriminate against non-residents, so have been interpreted to violate the Privileges and Immunities Clause of the United States Constitution. Periodically, I've been asked to present reports on project labor agreements and local hire ordinances. The last comprehensive memo to the board on local hire ordinance was presented back in September of 2021, and part of it is set forth in this board letter. Significant problem with the local employment ordinances is that they may violate the Privileges and Immunities Clause. The clause is violated when barriers are established that treat non-residents less favorably than residents. Local hire programs may violate the clause if they impermissibly discriminate then against the out-of-area residences. To survive a Privileges and Immunities challenge, the public agency seeking to adopt a local hire program must show that the out-of-state workers or non-residents are the cause of the discrete identifiable problems such as unemployment. The public agency must also show that the local hire preference is directed at remedying that unemployment problem. There are a number of cities and counties that have adopted local hire ordinances. The city of Richmond is a comprehensive ordinance and is representative of most other ordinances. The city of Stockton also has adopted a local hire ordinance, and I believe the city is currently doing a study of the effectiveness of that their ordinance has had over its life to date. The City of Richmond ordinance is directed at three types of city contracts: public works contracts over $100,000, service contracts over $100,000, and city subsidized projects over $100,000. The ordinance establishes threshold goals for three categories of work: for the total hours on the project and for new hires for the project, varying from 25% of the total hours and 25% of the new hires, 35% of the total workforce, and 35% of all new hires. The ordinance requires that the employer meet these goals or document a good faith effort to meet the goal. A good faith effort is defined as compliance with the requirements established in the employer's first source agreement. The Richmond ordinance is unique in its use of the first source agreement. The first source agreement is a contract between the city and the employer, specifying the responsibilities of the employer under the ordinance. Unlike the city of Stockton, does not include a first source agreement. Instead, the ordinance itself identifies the options available for the contractor to establish a showing of a good faith effort. The county does have local hire and local and apprenticeship policies. Local hire policy is applicable to all county public facility construction contracts valued at $200,000 or more, and the policy requires bidders to submit information indicating the bidder's efforts to hire locally. The local hire information is used to evaluate and determine successful bidders. The apprenticeship policy applies to county public works contracts valued at $200,000 or more and requires each contract to contain provisions requiring the contractor to make a good faith effort to employ apprentices who are enrolled in apprenticeship programs serving the San Joaquin Valley. General Services has seen significant success with the local hire policies as it relates to the job order contracting program. General Services has experienced a success rate of between 70 and 90% of the approved job class authorizations have been spent on local subcontractor hires. 3 of the 4 JOC prime contractors awards were local, and additionally, the approximately $4.7 million the authorized job orders, or 92%, were local subcontractor hires. Public Works also uses the JOC program, and since FY 15-16, they've issued over $15.7 million in JOC contracts, with 94% being local contractors. General Services did express some concern because they would be primarily impacted by the local hire ordinance. First, the county has not seen measurable success with local hire on large public works projects, including the county admin building, the hospital wing, or the public health replacement facility. They are also concerned that the highly structured programs such as the Richmond ordinance would cause project delays and increase overall costs. And finally, that the highly structured program would discourage bidding by smaller local contractors who do not have extra staff to manage such a program. Prior to enacting a local hire policy or program, a public entity should engage in a thorough assessment and documentation of the economic development in the community, A disparity or a disadvantage study should be commissioned to provide evidence justifying the public agency's discrimination against non-residents. The proposed local hiring goal or percentage set aside should be based on the data and assessments carried out. Because conditions change, it's recommended that the ordinance also carry with it a sunset provision and requirements that it be periodically reviewed to make sure that the goals are still appropriate. It's also important that the public agency ensure that the local hire program's discrimination against non-residents bears a close relationship to the public agency's goal of decreasing local employment. It's recommended that it should be limited to those residents who are unemployed and whose unemployment was caused primarily by the employment of non-residents and not by other conditions. Thus, a local hire program should target qualified, unemployed resident workers, such as workers who have signed up for unemployment assistance, rather than targeting all residents regardless of their qualifications or employment status. To further ensure local hire preference is closely related to remedying unemployment, it should establish goals rather than a quota. It should assess employment opportunities in the designated target area, assess the local population, securing partnerships with pre-employment service providers, securing partnerships with work support providers, and assessing partnership capacity, setting thresholds, defining compliance, determining reasonable enforcement policies. All of that is involved within establishing an effective local hire program. Two of the most important components of the local hire ordinance that need to be clearly articulated and defined are compliance and enforcement. The public agency must decide between implementing a mandatory or a good faith effort policy. If resources are tight and the agency or partnership organizations lack sufficient staff to monitor compliance, a local hire program based on good faith efforts is usually a better fit. If the public agency decides to utilize a good faith program, it should clearly specify what constitutes a good faith effort. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. And through the chair, County Council, fantastic report, very, very much in depth of the potential that something could be. And I agree with your conclusion that if we were, to go forward, we really want to look at, good faith efforts and or, commitments for workforce development. And the reason why, I know we all have engaged, and we know, many different, businesses and contractors, and we've seen projects where there is an attempt or there's a mention of, and then sometimes there's no local hires, not of any great degree. And some cities, such as Richmond and even as close by as Atwater, have enacted some actions to promote local hire. We're not looking at anything to be exclusionary. So I agree with County Council that if we were to proceed, the best course would be to put together somewhat of an ad hoc committee, but and maybe even hire a consultant and review what we could do and bring back to the board some of the good faith efforts that would be beneficial. One of the benefits of working with and using some of our local, trained and skilled staff, even those that are union and those that are non-union, is there's fantastic job training programs. And if you look at the shortage we have of qualified workers for many positions, it's these job training programs that also need support. And many times that local hire ordinance and or incentive and some of the good faith efforts recognize and there are some willing partners that would help enhance that workforce. Just as a reminder, statistically, I'm told that sometime in the next 10 to 15 years, about 50% of our workforce will be retired. So we need to support some of these efforts, and if we can create perhaps an incentive and or a good faith structure here in San Joaquin County that's elective, perhaps not mandatory. Let's see where the recommendations may go. I believe it would be wise and well and of of benefit to this county for us to look at those possibilities for some of the local hire initiatives or actions we might be able to take. So that's kind of the spirit of where we went. Again, thank you, County Council, for diving into this and giving a very thorough analysis. And I would say it doesn't look to me like a thumbs down. Looks like something that we could and should, as a board, consider and perhaps bring it to that next step of evaluation for adopting some of those parameters. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. This report indicates that General Services provided input both on the success of our JOC program, but also some concerns as they related to larger construction projects over the last 10 or 15 years. I'm just wondering if perhaps we could have Cunningham come down and maybe elaborate a bit on both their perspective on the success of the JOC program and do we have opportunities there to grow it or improve it, and the concerns with the larger construction projects, because I wasn't here for all of them, but I do know that on the hospital wing, while the board expressed a desire to utilize local as much as possible, it wasn't very possible at all. There was very little local employment that went into that project. So I just thought maybe we should hear from Ms. Cunningham. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, County Council, CAO, Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services. So we do everything we can from a general services perspective. When we go out for JOC, it's who applies and wants to be part of that program. We've been very successful, though. Year after year, the majority of our contracts are with local vendors. And the other good part of that is we also look to see that the checks are staying within this community, and they are, which is a very, very good thing. So I think with JOC, it's been very successful, and we should continue to do that, and always look to do where we can do local. With the bigger projects, the complexity with the hospital is that they have special requirements and special laws and regulations that they have to follow. I know that was part of the dilemma of what they ran into. General Services did not run that project, but we did talk to them about some of what they ran into with that project. Right now, business is really good and high. We have a hard time right now hiring. When it gets to the bigger projects, we're seeing that some of our work comes from even out of state because of the demand is so high for construction right now. But even with our bigger projects, from a good faith perspective, we still do that. We still ask when we're going to award under constructions. Part of our scope of work is that they would include and make the best effort where they could include local, that they would include local. I have seen, and from the research we've done, as council pointed out, it can add additional time. We're right now, and cost. Right now, just in the economy and what's happening, our projects take a lot longer just because of being able to get materials, being able to get people that can do the work in a timely manner in which we need to do that. So there are dilemmas with that. We have a number of large projects that we're moving forward on that is dependent upon money that we have to spend within a certain period of time, else we will lose that money. So I would have some concern there that anything that would cause delay because we're trying to change up what we're doing. Definitely open to if there's anything that we could do that would change up what we're doing from getting local. I know purchasing, whenever they do their contracts, same thing. They give a certain percent to local as it relates to pricing. They take, I believe it's 5% off of the local vendors' pricing so that they have an advantage over the other vendors that would be proposing.
Actually, that's not correct. I think
It's not.
I think we as a board adopted a different structure where we allowed. I'm very proud of that actually that we did this, but we allow a local vendor to match the lowest price. We don't take or cost anything, but to the best of my knowledge, when John Drake was here, we were allowing local vendors to match the lowest price and therefore keep the job. Do the transaction with the local vendor. That's the last I knew. That was the process we had. That's what we approved.
I don't know if Jet is listening or if he could make himself available.
And I don't have a happy answer to that either. I don't.
Yeah, no, just sharing. That's what we as a board did. So
I think we need some clarification on that. So if Jet doesn't show up, we'll get that answer and share that out with everyone, okay?
Great. And so in terms of JOC, to take a good program that's working, is it possible to increase the amount of projects that fit under that to maybe pull in a few other larger projects? Or I don't know, I'm just...
So we've been doing a lot of strategic planning, and what gets run through capital and what gets ran through our facility team, and projects that actually get ran through ISD. And what we're going to do is create a 3-tier program for JOC. We're hoping, this hasn't been presented and approved yet, but it's part of our plan where, yes, that would make more availability. So we would have JOC contractors for our facility management team, JOC contractors for ISD, which is technology, and then continue with our capital JOC program. So by doing that, we would extend it. There's a $2 million threshold, but we have the availability that we can come back to the board, which we'll be doing, or we just did. Sorry, I don't remember for sure. I think we're going to be doing it, where we'll be asking for several of those vendors to increase their contracts, that we can go as high as $5 million with them. So yes, we can, and we've actually been talking about it based on our business and what we have to get done in workload perspective. That's one of the things we're looking at doing actually in the next year.
Great, thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I think it's a good idea, and I don't think, we'll have a problem meeting the requirement. I mean, I think San Joaquin County or unemployment higher than a lot of other counties. But my question was I was going to ask, what about like air quality? Would that have a factor in it? Maybe, for example, if we have more local people working, that's less folks commuting, and the Valley Basin is, health and safety, CO2 emissions, climate change, would any of that be able to play a role?
I agree that it's a factor that should certainly be considered and incorporated. I don't know that it's strong enough in and of itself.
We do live in California.
But I think it should absolutely be included.
No, I just, throwing it out there. And Ms. Cunningham, do you think the local hired ordinance would have anything to help me build my South County Park?
It might.
It
might have local hook.
Giving you a bad time. But no, hey, I'm for it. I'm for bringing it back. I'm looking into it.
And it can't hurt to look into it. I would just ask that it doesn't delay anything that we're doing right now, please.
So let me ask you a question. And obviously there's some question, maybe Johnny has an answer, but we do have basically a focus on local businesses, whether the JOC or whether it be, as Supervisor Patty says, they can match a bid. Or there's a 5%. So we have things that are advantaging local businesses to obviously get them to work on county projects. I'll defer briefly. Can you explain what programs or what ordinances we have in place to assist local businesses compete?
Yeah, Chairman, members of the board, County Council, CEO, Mr. Wilberding, Johnny Terry, Purchasing Support Services Director. We do have a small business program that was recently updated. And I could tell you 50% of our local vendors that we do purchase orders are with local vendors. And so we have quite a bit of local vendors for all of our contracts that are under the $2,000. As a matter of fact, they're under $100,000. And for a lot of our commodities as well. But we do have a small business program. We used to have a $7,500 cap, but now it's just they get the opportunity to match the lowest bid and provide a lower price on it.
We did that. Do you remember? Do you guys remember that as a board? Supervisor Bickman, you weren't here, but we did that. Chairman, I have a follow-up question.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Terry. Now, I don't know if my numbers are correct, but if I remember asking then Director Drake, and this is something just for the board's information, when we first inquired, when I first asked them about this, there hadn't been a change since like mid-1960s to the purchasing policy here in the county. So we as a board took action, hadn't been done since the 60s. And I believe he had told me, and if my numbers are wrong, forgive me, but I thought within the first 12 months, we'd realized about a $12 million gain for local vendors, and after 3 years, I think the number was close to between $20 and $30 million had stayed local compared to what may have gone out of town, just allowing the local company to match a price. Do you know, have we tracked the amount of dollars? You're saying 50% stays local now. Do you have any, and this is very last minute, putting you on the spot, and I forgive you for that, forgive me for that. Just kind of curious if my memory is correct, from what then Director Drake had told me.
Supervisor Patty, to the board, to the chair. Yes, I do have some numbers here, and it is about 50%. We average out from the fiscal years 2016 and actually what we projected this fiscal year. So, for example, is out of our 249 million, we have approximately 148 million of that is local purchases.
148 million?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
So we do about 50-something% across the last 5 or 6 fiscal years.
I'm imagining that's a notable transition or change compared to what it was.
Yeah, it was about the 30% or 40% before. So it is quite a bit. And that's removing that 7,500 and the 5% for them to match.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that. Again, that's something that this board had done. So I'm proud that we had done that. So thank you very much for coming in and sharing some information.
Jet, could you explain when the 5% comes into play?
It's if the lowest, if they are a local vendor, they get a chance to match it at 5%. So they have the 5% that they can match the lowest bid, only on the cost component of it. So for RFPs, it would only be on the cost component.
So if they're within 5%, then they can match the lower price. Yeah. Got it. Okay, that's where you're with the 5%. I know we weren't at one point. We were making up the difference to give somebody an opportunity, but we're not. It doesn't cost us anything. We're not making up the difference. We're allowing them, if they're within the threshold, to match the price and get a local job.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the clarity. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So the question is, so if we're only getting 50%, what would we have to do in regards to this advantage to local businesses to get 75 or 80% of local businesses to obtain these contracts?
Well, my best guess is we would have to increase the percentage of, instead of 5%, we'd have to offer more, and we may be paying more for the products as well.
So there's increased cost?
Yes.
Okay.
Could be.
Well, in regards to the local hire, and looking at some of the local hire ordinances around the country, although ones in San Francisco in the past, as I understand the ordinances, and from what I can read, as far as even the San Francisco paper, although they applauded the Board of Supervisors in San Francisco initially for passing this for local employees, local businesses, Within 5 months, they were saying, no, it isn't working because there were too complex, and it was a disadvantage to businesses in regards to one, there were increased costs on the part of the businesses to factor in a potential for fines if they didn't meet this criteria in a timely fashion. The other part of it was on the city or county side, it was an additional cost because they had to have additional inspectors or administrators to oversee the process to make sure that those businesses were complying with those requirements. And so they were basically complaining that because of that, it was increasing costs on both sides, for the employer themselves and for the city as far as administering. And I guess I have no problem with, and I certainly would agree with Supervisor Patty in regards to apprenticeship programs like what we're doing, Delta, et cetera. But I also, there are issues that come up in regards to, when you talk about residency, does that mean that somebody who lives in Merced County can move to San Joaquin County and apply for a job for a project that's here, and they're automatically a local hire when in fact they didn't live here before they made that application? And then the other part is, and they talk about a potential for abuse or fraud or whatever you want to say for that. But from an employer standpoint, and I totally agree with local advantage, but from an employer standpoint, the costs always go up. In fact, some businesses said they factor into their bid the potential costs of not meeting the requirements and paying fines. And if they do comply and they don't get fined, then it's more profit for them. But it's just a factor in regards to doing business, because if you don't factor in those potential costs, you lose money, and no business can continue to survive by losing money. So all I'm saying is I don't have a problem looking into it, but I don't think that and I guess I would applaud certainly both of you in regards to administering and advantaging local businesses, as Supervisor Patty talks about. But I would also look at the opportunities to maybe tweak what we currently have to provide a better advantage without going into a new ordinance, which, at least based upon what I've read, will increase cost, period. That's an absolute. It increases the complexity both for the entity, the city or county, and the employer. And so when we talk about, and we're all very judicious in regards to taxpayer money, do we increase the cost of our projects by virtue of, which I know we've all heard, criticism of government because you're always adding more layers of bureaucracy in regards to, just trying to do business. So anyway, again, I don't have any problem looking into it. I just want to make sure that we consider all sides, not just the fact that local businesses are advantaged, because it sounds to me like, especially with a 30 or 40% increase, we've been pretty good in regards to advantage in local businesses. So, I'm not necessarily in tune with just adding more with a I won't say minuscule, but a minor increase, when in fact we can do other things to maximize that without jumping through a bunch of hoops, and certainly have businesses do the same. So, all right, thank you both. Any other questions? Okay. So any directions from the board in regards to staff as far as looking at this? I've heard a couple of comments. So,
Fine.
County Council, does that give you kind of an insight as to some of the questions that have come up during this topic?
I think so. I think I've got a good idea. I'll work with the county administrator. We'll look at a committee, an internal committee within the county. We'll likely come back to the board with some proposals to look at it further if we're going to hire a consultant, something along those lines.
That's fine. Whatever it takes. I mean, I think all we're looking at is a thorough look into this particular prospect and consider all sides before we actually make a decision moving forward.
Okay.
All right.
Chairman, might I request that as a local subcontractor for decades, if I could participate on that, I would I would appreciate that.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to comments. Any board comments?
Just have one quick one, Chair, if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
I want to say congratulations to you on becoming our chair. Look forward to working with you as our chair. And just want to wish everybody a happy new year, wishing you all good health and happiness in 2022.
Yep. All done.
All done.
I recently had a toy drive at for Christmas, and AMR participated, and they handed over numerous bags of toys. So I want to recognize AMR and all their staff, and then I want to wish everybody a great 22. And thank you, Tom Petty, for last year being chairman, and congratulations, Chuck, on this year. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. First, I'd just like to remind the public that the county did open another testing center yesterday at the Agricultural Center down by the airport on Earhart Avenue. And the lines were moving as of yesterday. The lines were moving pretty well. I mean, there was a wait, but they were moving. So I want to remind everybody of that. Second, we had a great presentation today on the upcoming point-in-time count. Whether it takes place this month or in February, it is going to happen. And it's a great way for community members to be part of creating solutions for homelessness. So you can register to volunteer on the county's website at sjgov.org. And I really encourage folks who feel comfortable doing that to step up and do it. Second, there was a comment made about my cheetah mask, which actually I'm not sporting today because I did make the switch to N95 masks in early December because of the contagion of Omicron. And so I would just like to let the public know that I do the reading, and I am trying to respond and be healthy and keep my colleagues safe and staff members around me safe, as well as myself and my family. I would also like to let County Council and our County Administrator know that I would like to meet in the next 10 days to talk about both an ethics complaint investigation and an employment harassment investigation that were both of them filed early last spring and are moving woefully slowly. So I'd like to get together maybe in the next week or so and talk about those. And finally, I would request that we close today's meeting in honor of Beverly Fitch McCarthy, who passed away on December 23rd. She was 88 years old. She is the 2019 Stocktonian of the Year. Ms. McCarthy was really a powerful force in Stockton. She was a former city councilwoman, a Stockton Unified trustee, always described herself as a proud feminist from the very early days. She was also a really strong patron of the arts. She and her husband, John, did a lot of really wonderful things to benefit the arts and culture, not just in Stockton, but it benefited our whole county. And she was a mentor and a supporter, an encourager, and a leader for all people to step up and serve their communities, whether that was on appointed boards and commissions or to encourage folks to run for local office. Bevy was really supportive of that process, and especially for women, young women. So I would just like to request that we close the meeting today in her honor. This peaceful transfer of power here today would be right up her alley, and she would have been very, very supportive of the work of the county today and through the years. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. And also like to recognize that today
Ms. Joelle Gomez conducted and held a virtual, but it ended now for Human Trafficking Summit, and it's something that I know our district attorney, our law enforcement, we as supervisors, we all know about it. We're engaged in any capacity we can in support services to stop, to arrest, to convict, to do anything possible to avert and minimize the human trafficking. It is a travesty, and it is happening, and we are a corridor where it is happening. So thank you, Ms. Joelle Gomez, and sorry that we were unable to participate. We had a board meeting today, but thank you for the End It Now human trafficking effort and that summit today. I'd also like to, on the board assignments this past year, I served on Urban County Coalition, which was a fantastic experience. And we have basically the 16 largest counties in the state working together, talking once a month and having these monthly summits and talking about a variety of issues. And several months back, we're in the throes of a drought. And, I asked the UCC panel, why we're not talking about drought, and everybody's got water concerns, and they immediately all shared that concern. Long story short, we created an ad hoc committee. We engaged with, multiple agencies, and we crafted what will be a urban county coalition water policy. Very low-hanging fruit, nothing radical. It talks about storage. It talks about, infrastructure, clean, safe water, inner cities. A variety of things that there is no opposition for. It's very easy, again, low-hanging fruit. I'm very proud to have worked with the UCC to initiate that, and that's coming before whoever will be selected to work with UCC on that. That will be coming up for a vote this next meeting that they have, but it's something that collectively, I think that's something that the UCC can bring to the total 58 counties throughout the state, and as well as to the legislators up in Sacramento for these very measurable, very easy and attainable goals. There isn't any penalty. There aren't any hard costs or concerns. It just talks about some fantastic structures and goals. And when I talked to the county council, he was complimentary, and I appreciate that. It's like we had Northern and Southern California talking and creating pathways for water stability in this state and infrastructures and such. And I thought that was actually something that was very well received and accomplished for the UCC board. So whoever's going to be handling UCC, I think Supervisor Chairman Nguyen, you might be. So water's right up your alley. And I'm glad to hand that off. That was an accomplishment this past year. That's all, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And I attended the conference, the UCC meeting. So I was appreciative of the fact that you raised that issue. And by the way, at the actual Board of Directors meeting, all 58 counties, I raised the same issue and got a very positive response from several of the supervisors there. So I think there's an opportunity this year possibly to break ground in regards to the water issue on a statewide basis. So obviously I appreciate your initial efforts. With that, Mr. Miles.
Board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
Okay, so with that, then we will adjourn. January 25th. And we are adjourned. Thank you.
you.